Order, please. Just before we begin with the daily routine, I would like to read the topic for late debate for the moment of interruption this afternoon as submitted by the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South. And it reads, therefore be it resolved that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change makes clear that urgent actions to mitigate the worst impacts of global warming are possible and necessary. And such actions can create thousands of well-paid jobs and community prosperity, and after 6 years in power, the Liberal government still has no plan to transition Nova Scotia to a prosperous, clean economy. That's late debate submitted by the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South at the moment of interruption. And just before we roll into presenting and reading of petitions, I would like to direct all members to the Speaker's Gallery, where we have some guests visiting us today from the great constituency of Eastern Shore. We have members of the École de Beaumarais Action Committee, and they're here to witness the presenting of their petition for new school for Francophonie students on the Eastern Shore. So as I call your names, please rise and receive the warm welcome of the House. Mr. Martin Tremblay, Margie Camo, Michelle Burgess, and Ashley Hilsey. Please give them the warm welcome of the House. We'll now move on to presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to present this petition on behalf of the Honourable Member for the Eastern Shore. Attaches, there's 795 signatures on this petition, and the operative clause, we the undersigned ask the Government of Nova Scotia build a new primary to grade 12 CSAP school in the Porters Lake Chesncook area as soon as possible to retain our students within the community and to preserve our French culture.
The petition is tabled. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition with the operative clause being, whereas we, the citizens of Pictou County, Nova Scotia, travel the roads of Pictou County regularly, specifically the Trenton Connector, and whereas this connector has been the location of many accidents over the years, taking lives and causing injuries, and whereas there has been improvements to this area, however, other solutions must be implemented by the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal to decrease the possibility of life-threatening accidents. We, the undersigned, request that the House of Assembly direct the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal to take immediate action to improve the state of this connector by implementing a roundabout. Mr. Speaker, I have affixed my name as rules of the House, along with the 886 other signatures on this petition. Thank you.
The petition is tabled. The Honourable Member for Hants West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I beg leave to table a petition. The operative clause as follows. We, the citizens of the community of Hantsport, petition the provincial government in Nova Scotia replace the Hantsport Abattoir. There are 677 names now on that, Mr. Speaker, including my own. Thank you.
The petition is tabled. We'll now move on to presenting reports of committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Joining us in the East Gallery is Dr. Kevork Peltekian. He is a hepatologist, a professor, a researcher, and the head of the Division of Digestive Care and Endoscopy at the Nova Scotia Health Authority. He is a passionate advocate for Atlantic Canadians with liver disease, who's also served as the past chairman of the board of directors for the Canadian Liver Foundation and is the current chairperson of the International Advisory Committee of the Canadian Liver Foundation. So I'd ask Dr. Peltekian to please rise and receive the warm welcome of the legislature.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas there are over 100 liver diseases that can affect anyone at any age, and whereas 1 in 4 Canadians may be affected by a liver disease, and organizations like the Canadian Liver Foundation aim to educate the public about the importance of liver health and highlight risk factors for liver disease. And whereas March is Liver Health Month, a time to promote awareness of liver health and some of the invisible signs and symptoms of liver disease. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly show their support for raising awareness about the importance of liver health. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Schedule A of Chapter 1 of the Acts of 2018, the Education Act, respecting student protection. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Education begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Schedule A of Chapter 1 of the Acts of 2018, the Education Act, respecting student protection.
Bill number 112, entitled An Act to Amend Schedule A of Chapter 1 of the Acts of 2018, the Education Act, respecting student protection.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill on behalf of the member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River, entitled An Act to Reduce the Use of Plastic Bags.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North, on behalf of the Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Reduce the Use of Plastic Bags.
Bill number 113, entitled An Act to Reduce the Use of Plastic Bags.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Argyll-Barrington.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the economy of Southwest Nova Scotia continues to be led by a well-managed fishery. Lobster is the species we talk about the most, but the ground fishery still continues to grow and provide for our families. Over the past 35 years, Acadian Fish Processors has grown from the deck of a vessel to a large company, employing many people in the processing and freezing of haddock and other ground fish. The use of technology and investment in their processes had made them a leader in the area. I want to congratulate the employees at Acadian Fish Processors and its owners, B, Bertie, and Julius, for being such a great part of our local success. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to express my sorrow to the family of Peter DeMarsh. In doing so, I join so many others in mourning the tragic Ethiopian airline crash of earlier this week. Peter DeMarsh was known internationally as an advocate for sustainable forestry practices and for fighting, as many have put it, for the little guy when it came to private woodlot owners. An advocacy he took well beyond his home in New Brunswick in his role as chair of the International Family Forestry Alliance and president of the Canadian Federation of Woodlot Owners. Peter's commitment to sustainability, environmental protection, and rural jobs inspired and was a model to legislators, environmentalists, and forestry workers across the country. His death in this crash that occurred as he was en route to a family forestry conference in Kenya is being registered throughout Eastern Canada and beyond. Peter DeMarsh made an outstanding contribution to the world, Mr. Speaker, and like so many others, I wish to give voice to this great loss. Thank you.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Waverley's Victoria Hallsworth on being recognized as Dalhousie Female Athlete of the Week. Tori led the Dalhousie women's volleyball team and in their 3-match sweep over Memorial Seahawks. In the first game, Tori earned a total of 15.5 points with 9 kills and many attacks and added 6 aces and digs in the Tigers' 3-0 win, earning her Subway Player of the Game. Tori continued her dominance, leading the Tigers to a 3-0 series win. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Tori and best wishes to her and her team during the playoffs. Thank you.
The member for Cumberland South.
There. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ruth Collins, Director of Cumberland Performing Arts, and her production company on another outstanding performance. Cumberland Performing Arts presented A Charlie Brown Christmas at the Oxford Theatre this past holiday season. The Charles Schultz Christmas Special has been a mainstay of the holiday season for many years. Cumberland Performing Arts brought the magic to life before a delighted audience at the Oxford Theatre. Ruth Collins and the cast, which are all students, and crew of the Cumberland Performing Arts are now working hard on their next production, The Lion King, which will be presented sometime early spring. Please join me in congratulating Cumberland Performing Arts on their outstanding performance, and we look forward to many more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, Angela Renhorn graduated from Dalhousie University's Bachelor of Science program in 2017. She's been described as a bright star and was building her reputation and career amongst marine biologists and environmentalists. On Sunday, her life was cut tragically short when her plane crashed in Addis Ababa, killing all 157 passengers. Angela was one of 18 Canadians and was en route to Nairobi as she'd been selected to participate in the United Nations Environmental Assembly as part of the United Nations Association of Canada's Canada Service Corps program. Mr. Speaker, this is such a tragic loss. So many activists and peers in Halifax and beyond, including the Canadian Wildlife Foundation, where she was part of the Conservation Corps group, the Mountain Goats, and the Canadian Sea Turtle Network, where Angela volunteered with another crash victim, Daniel Moore, have expressed devastation at the news of Angela's passing. I'd like to join those people in offering my deepest sympathies and condolences to Angela's friends, colleagues, and family.
The member for Chester St. Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to congratulate the Cedar Bay Grilling Company, a recipient of the Industry Excellence Awards presented at the 21st Annual Department of Fishery and Aquaculture Ministers Conference this past February. Cedar Bay Grilling is located in the South Shore hamlet of Blandford on the beautiful Aspatagan Peninsula. The company was founded by Doug Park and his father Arnold in 2009 when they decided that using a cedar plank was the best way to grill a salmon. Since then, this innovative company has introduced a wide range of award-winning frozen salmon products available throughout Canada, the United States, and the United Kingdom. Cedar Bay specializes in easy-to-prepare products with a gourmet appeal to suit all tastes. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of this Assembly to join me in congratulating Cedar Bay Grilling Company, being the recipient of the 2019 Award of Excellence presented by the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture, and to wish them many more years of success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to acknowledge March as Pharmacy Awareness Month. I would like to thank the pharmacists of Cumberland North and throughout Nova Scotia for the contributions they make to our local healthcare systems. Pharmacists play a vital role and have a wide scope of work that has them doing so much for their patients. Pharmacy technicians also have an important role in working with pharmacists and other healthcare professionals to ensure that patients are getting the proper medicine and dosage to meet their needs. I'd like to make a special acknowledgement, Mr. Speaker, of pharmacist Sean Chevery, who has been an exemplary business leader in our community, building a pharmacy and medical clinic back in 2002, which today houses 14 physicians, as well as other healthcare professionals. Please join me today in thanking Sean Chevry and other pharmacists in Cumberland North and all of Nova Scotia for their hard work and commitment to their local communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, continuing with my resolution to talk about climate change, I want to recommend a book, Carbon by Kate Irvine, Associate Professor in International Development Studies at St. Mary's University. Kate explains the science of climate change in about 15 very well-written pages. And here are a couple of facts that hit me in my gut. Carbon dioxide, once it goes into the atmosphere, stays there for anywhere between 200 and 2,000 years. CO2 emitted from coal-burning trains and factory boilers at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution are still up there, warming our planet. Carbon dioxide emissions are cumulative. Wildly, given that the science of climate change has been pretty clear since the 1980s and raising alarm since the 1990s, 90% of greenhouse gas emissions, according to IPCC data, have occurred since 2000. We're on track today to warm well beyond 2 degrees. Thank you.
The member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll recognize Kerrigan McDonald today of Hammonds Plains. She attends École Supérieure de Ballet du Québec in Montreal. Kerrigan, who began dancing at an early age, was awarded the Janice Merritt Fleming Award to help further her training at the Nova Scotia's Talent Trust's scholarships and special awards that took place in December, Mr. Speaker. Kerrigan is in her 4th year of training at the ballet school, which is the only Francophone institution in North America to offer world-class training in ballet. Her passion for dance, specifically ballet and contemporary, led Kerrigan to successfully audition to be accepted into their program, and she began in 2015. Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating Kerrigan McDonald on receiving the Janice Merritt Fleming Award and wish her continued success in her future endeavours.
The member for Cape Breton, Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dr. James Keogh on being awarded a Doctor of Letters honoris causa by Cape Breton University in 2018. This award was given in recognition of the immense impact Dr. Keogh has had on the economy of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Keogh has been both a leader and a mentor. He is dedicated to the growth and health of the business environment of this province, and in particular, his beloved Cape Breton Island. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Keogh was born in Rocky Bay on beautiful Isle Madame. He has been and is currently involved in many business ventures in the province. He participates in many organizations such as Talbot House, the Board of Directors of the IWK, and the Board of Governors of the Cape Breton University. Mr. Speaker, I offer my congratulations to Dr. James Keogh and thank him for his continued contributions and support to the people of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to congratulate Cheryl Lamerson, who was recently named the Town of Lunenburg's Volunteer of the Year for 2019. Cheryl, a retired colonel in the Canadian Forces, is a hard-working, dedicated volunteer. She is being recognized for her work with the Lunenburg Heritage Society, the South Shore Genealogical Society, the Lunenburg and Area Garden Club, the Lunenburg Welcome Committee, the Lunenburg Comprehensive Community Plan Steering Committee, the Fishermen's Memorial Hospital Auxiliary, and the Lunenburg Community Consignment. Cheryl is known for her leadership, dedication, and ability to inspire others to volunteer in the community. Cheryl will be attending the Nova Scotia Volunteer Awards on April 1st here in Halifax. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you and all members of this House of Assembly please join me in congratulating Cheryl on being named Lunenburg's Volunteer of the Year for 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge 4 students from Millwood High School who represented Nova Scotia at this year's Canada Winter Games held in Red Deer, Alberta. The Games held between February 15th and March the 3rd. Those students, Cassidy Curry, grade 12 student, and her teammates defeated Team New Brunswick to take home a bronze in curling. Landon Duquette, also a grade 12 student, captured the bronze medal in artistic gymnastics. And also want to acknowledge Jacob Surratt, a grade 11 student for freestyle skiing, and Colby Bootlayer, a grade 9 student for archery. And although they didn't, unfortunately did not reach the podium, they were there, and we certainly want to extend congratulations to them as well for representing our province. Mr. Speaker, I want to take an opportunity to thank all 4 dedicated athletes for representing Nova Scotia, and I want to wish each of them all the best in their future. Thank you.
The member for Clayton Park West. Oh. The member for Dartmouth North. Sorry about that.
Mr. Speaker, as we know, the tragedy last Sunday in Addis Ababa has been felt very close to home. Danielle Moore, a young woman with ties to Halifax, was one of the Canadians who lost her life in the awful plane crash that killed 157 people. Danielle graduated with a degree in marine biology and oceanography from Dalhousie in 2017. She's been mourned by her fellow volunteers at the Canadian Sea Turtle Network and by many peers and classmates who said that she was kind and friendly, a promising young leader in the environmental world, and deeply dedicated to environmental and human rights issues. She was an advocate against climate change, for Indigenous issues, and food security. Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine the grief that her colleagues, friends, and family are experiencing at the loss of her all too short life. She was 24 years old and had touched so many people. I offer my most heartfelt condolences to all those who knew her.
The member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to celebrate a woman from my riding who gives back through volunteerism. Victoria Delara immigrated to Canada 11 years ago. She's the chairwoman of the Women's Committee at the Filipino Language and Culture Program. Her team at the program have given clothing to the Red Cross, donated school supplies to less fortunate children in the Philippines. Also, they created a fundraising dinner for a fellow Filipino community member who had a stroke. Victoria is happy to give back to a country that has given her many opportunities. She believes even the smallest bit of help can make a huge difference in someone's life. Madam Speaker, I ask that the members of this House join me in applauding Victoria for her countless hours of volunteer work. She is an exceptional community role model. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize Andrew Arsenault, a student athlete from Dartmouth East. While being a dedicated student during high school, Andrew competed as a top athlete in men's indoor volleyball. His dedication to the sport, in addition to his leadership and team skills, led him to a spot on the 2017 Canada Summer Games men's team in Winnipeg, Manitoba. While Andrew will surpass the age limit for the 2021 Canada Summer Games, he's currently a member of the Dalhousie University's volleyball team while studying engineering. During the summer, Andrew coaches volleyball to young athletes through summer camp programs. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in commending Andrew for pursuing his passion for volleyball during his post-secondary education and for being a positive role model to young athletes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this past Sunday, the Ironview Storm won gold at the Under-13 Girls Volleyball Tournament at Acadia. Mr. Speaker, the Ironview Storm has had a lot of success lately, and this isn't the first time that they've finished at or near the top of the podium in provincial tournaments. The team consists of Margaret Roy, Grace Driscoll, Jaden Kenzadore, Victoria Berkman, Lucy Cohen, J.C. Carmichael, Addison Oakley, Laura Fallon, Sarah Spielman, Kennedy Steves, and Josie Steves. And what a bunch of superstars, Madam Speaker. A big thank you to Rebecca DeCoste and Paul Hunt for their hard work. Madam Speaker, their future is bright. I'd also like to take a moment, Madam Speaker, to wish Corey Hensby a happy birthday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Colchester, Muscatawbet Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On March the 3rd, the Toronto Sport Heritage Society honoured athletic accomplishments of local athletes. Lindsay Burgess, a fifth-generation Burgess family curler, was honoured with an Outstanding Female aged 16 to 20 award for her ongoing accomplishments in curling. A member of the Caitlin Jones curling team, throwing lead stones, Lindsay has 2 provincial under-21 title wins and has represented Nova Scotia for the past 2 national junior championships. Lindsay and Team Jones was named Nova Scotia Curling Association's Team of the Year and Nova Scotia Support for Sport Team of the Year. I'd like to congratulate Lindsay Burgess on receiving the Outstanding Female Award and wish her continued success throughout her athletic career. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last month, Nova Scotia sent a fine team of athletes to the Canada Winter Games in Red Deer, Alberta. Among those athletes was a young man from Canaan, Kings County, Douglas Kostukevich, who returned home with a bronze medal in male individual squash. His third-place finish puts him among the best young squash players in Canada. He has also competed in the U.S. and Ontario, and he hopes to continue to build on his Canada Winter Games success by competing at the upcoming Ontario Junior Open and the Canadian Nationals. A recent graduate of Horton High School, Douglas started playing squash 7 years ago, saying that the tactical side of squash appeals to him. I ask members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Douglas on his bronze medal performance at the 2019 Canada Winter Games and wish him all the best in his athletic career. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for North Side Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Canadian Maritime Engineering of North Sydney on a planned expansion costing $3.16 million. This will add 20 to 30 new jobs to the plant that presently employs 70. The focus of the expansion will be the creation of a transfer system used to move fabrication projects to its nearby piers. The expansion will transform CME from a seasonal base operation to a year-round processing facility. I'd like to take this time to thank President CME, the CME President and co-owner Tony Kennedy and his staff for their industrial growth in the town of North Sydney. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hands East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not every day that a resident of East Hants gets to represent our province as in a national competition, but Felicia Ferguson did just that in 2018. As a grade 11 student at Hands East Rural High, she entered the Provincial Science Fair at St. Mary's University. As a dancer, she had witnessed the dramatic effect an injury can have on a dancer's performance, often sidelining them from an activity or the career they love. So using 3D technology, she created an orthopedic device that would help minimize dancer injuries. And her innovation was chosen to be showcased on the national stage in Ottawa at the Canada-wide Science Fair in May. Hands East is extremely proud to have had this dynamic young woman representing our province in this esteemed science fair. I ask all members of this House to join me in recognizing the bright future of this young woman as I wish Felicia success in all her future endeavours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, pardon me. Jada Vino from Acadia University women's team and her twin brother, Kevan Vino from the Dalhousie University men's team played in the National Championship basketball tournaments this past weekend. Kevan was named the most valuable player at the Atlantic University Sports Men's Championships. Jada played for Acadia at the Women's National Championship tournament in Toronto and was named an all-star at the Acadia University Sports Championships. It's not surprising to see the Vino twins achieve such success on the basketball court, as their parents, Kevin Vino and Jennifer Hale Vino, were outstanding basketball players too. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating Kevan and Jada Vino for their outstanding achievements in basketball. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the fourth year, the Clare area hosted hundreds of cyclists for its Bay Ste. Marie Grand Fondo. Since the first in 2015, the event has grown annually, with a number of participants reaching 970 in 2018. And this does not account for the 95 children who participated in the mini Fondo on the Saturday. For the main event on Sunday, participants would choose to bike one of 4 routes, ranging from 161-kilometre Grand Super Grand to the 35-kilometre 200 Piccolo. This year, our local riders did very well. Stephen Jedry of St. Alphonse finished first in the Super Grand, and Roger Messenger of Digby finished first in the Medio. There is also such a positive impact on our communities from the Fondo. On that weekend, there was not a room available for miles, and the participants were impressed by the event's organization, our picturesque communities, and the hospitality of its people. Congratulations to the organizers of the Fondo 200 volunteers. The Fondo would not be possible without them and the support of our community, including the people lining the routes to encourage the cyclists. The 5th Bay Ste. Marie Grand Fondo promises to be bigger and better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Miss Jasmine Collins of Lewisburg. Jasmine recently took a leave of absence after 10 years as fire chief at Albert Bridge Volunteer Fire Department and 18 years in fire service. Jasmine was the first female elected fire chief in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, career or volunteer. Amanda Morrison, the new Assistant Deputy Chief of Albert Bridge Fire Department, said Collins is the reason that she is in the fire service today. Jasmine Collins feels the thing she is most proud of over her years as chief are the members of her department. She said it is like family being a member of a fire department. I stand today to thank Jasmine for her years of service and wish her the best of luck as she is now doing a master's degree in counseling, which is something she was on the way to doing before, but got involved with the fire service and put it on the shelf for a little while. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough, Eastern Shore, Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On January 23rd, the Guysborough County Community Health Board held an event at the Guysborough Legion to congratulate the many recipients of the 2018-2019 Wellness Fund. This year, there were over 20 applications from nonprofit community groups and organizations, of which 11 were awarded funding for their charitable projects. The Eastern Communities Youth Association in Canso will be doing a pre-teen cooking class. The Guysborough County Adult Learning Association is setting up a project called Journaling Using Technology, and the Mulgrave Garden Club will be making great use of their funding as soon as the ground thaws. These are just a sampling of the many wonderful initiatives being developed in Guysborough, Eastern Shore, Tracadie. Mr. Speaker, it is encouraging to see so many community nonprofit organizations committed to improving the health and well-being of Guysborough County residents, and I wish them the best of success in their valued efforts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I wish to recognize Liverpool family physician Dr. Timothy Woodford, who has been named Sail Nova Scotia Sailor of the Year for 2018. Tim is a lifelong sailor growing up on the beautiful Bredor Lakes in Badek, Cape Breton. After moving to Liverpool in 1986, he continued to practice his passion and several years ago began sailing lasers. He has competed internationally at the World Sailing Championships in Canada, Mexico, and Ireland, where in 2018 he finished third in his class at the Laser Grand Master World Championships. Madam Speaker, please join me as I congratulate Tim on receiving this award and wish him every success in his forthcoming international sailing competitions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Madam Speaker, growing our economy, increasing our population, and connecting young Nova Scotians and recent graduates with meaningful employment opportunities is vital to our success. Cindy Ryan of Armdale plays a role in this important process as the Employer Development Coordinator in Dalhousie University's Faculty of Management. For employers looking to hire recent graduates, MBA and co-op students and interns, Cindy is here to help. With over 15 years of experience in management, community development, recruitment, and adult education, Cindy knows how to connect young people with the right opportunities. Cindy previously served as the provincial manager of the Federal Public Youth Internship Program and a job developer for the YMCA, as well as the provincial coordinator of Y-Reach. Helping more young people begin their careers here in our province is vital to our government, and we thank Cindy Ryan for her work in this important field. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bulledry School is more than a school. It's a true community school, a welcoming place to gather, and many people speak of it as the gem of the community. So when the school's 18-year-old piano outlived its usefulness, the communities in Bulledry pulled together. On Sunday, February 24th, with only 1 month to prepare, the Bulledry Lakeview Choir, in cooperation with Principal Brenda Lavery, the School Advisory Group, the Parent-Teacher Association, and community volunteers, hosted a concert, Striking a Chord, to raise funds for a new piano. The concert highlighted the talented school choir and band students and some Bulledry alumni. It was a spectacular array of talent and donations poured in. I rise today to congratulate all the hard work of the parents, volunteers, and entertainers who raised an overwhelming support of $4,456. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the contributions of the St. Anthony's Parish Furniture Bank to the community of Dartmouth North. The St. Anthony of Padua Roman Catholic Church and St. Faustina Kowalska Polish Mission has served the community of Dartmouth North for many years and is currently overseen by Father Peter Hanna and Brother Nathaniel DeRoche. In 2018, when the Circle of Care Furniture Bank, started by Hector and Margie Muse, had to close its doors, Father Peter and Brother Nathaniel stepped in to take over the Furniture Bank's operations. Now located at the St. Anthony's Parish Hall, the Furniture Bank is continuing the charitable work started by Hector and Margie all those years ago and can continue to serve those in need. This is yet another example of how people in Dartmouth North have come together to support one another. In a community where many people struggle to make ends meet, the Furniture Bank is one way to help bridge the need and make that struggle a little easier. I want to extend my thanks to Father Peter and Brother Nathaniel on their work in caring for the people of Dartmouth North. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Yarmouth Area Chamber of Commerce celebrated our local business community at its 2018 Business Awards, and the Tourism Business of the Year was Deep Sky Eye Observatory. Deep Sky Eye Observatory provides amazing views of the night sky, the Milky Way, the rings of Saturn. Guests of the observatory learn about astronomy while relaxing under the stars in comfort with a blanket and binoculars, and see into deep space with the observatory's large telescope. I ask this House to join me in congratulating Deep Sky Eye Observatory on being named the Yarmouth Area Chamber of Commerce 2018 Tourism Business of the Year, and wish them continued success. I'll also add that I've been there myself. It's in the riding of the member for Barrington Argyle, and it's really a great show that they put on there.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to bring acknowledgement to Cole Harbour Eastern Passage constituent Evan Coakley. Evan was one of approximately 450 high school students from across Canada chosen to attend the Forum for Young Canadians in Ottawa. Beginning in 1975, this nonpartisan bilingual educational program has been available for Canadian students. Evan, an IB student at Cole Harbour High School, was grateful for this wonderful opportunity to experience democracy from such a unique and extraordinary opportunity. This was an unforgettable trip for Eastern Passage resident Evan. Gaining leadership skills and insight into national politics and public affairs was an experience beyond measure. Meeting new people and developing new relationships and friendships has made this trip just as memorable. I ask that all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature join me in recognizing Evan Coakley as a representative of Nova Scotia at the 2019 Forum for Young Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the owners and managers of the Chicken Burger in Bedford for a couple of reasons. The Chick opened in 1940 and is believed to be the oldest drive-in restaurant in the country. On Saturday, the Chick celebrated its 79th year in business. As well, last summer and fall, the iconic Bedford restaurant held 6 free movie Saturday nights showing some classic Hollywood films. From Footloose to The Princess Bride, families had the opportunity to enjoy a free film under the stars, creating a new tradition at this long-time Bedford landmark. I'd like to send my congratulations to the Miko Group of Companies on providing a free fun film opportunity for families in Bedford and on continuing this business first started by the Innes family 79 years ago. Well done.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize local junior achievement members. Currently, there are 6 students involved in the program ranging from grade 9 to 12. These students must design a product, take it to market, and perform all duties associated with a viable business enterprise. The product this year is a beautiful handcrafted necklace. This program teaches these students about commitment, teamwork, workplace readiness, and finances. The primary objective of Junior Achievers is to inspire and prepare our youth for the global economy. I am very pleased to specifically recognize Avery Glenn, VP of Corporate Social Responsibility. She is currently in grade 9 at Northumberland Regional High School, and I look forward to the bright future she has ahead of her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize Wayne Rogers, the author of A Walking Guide to the Old St. Margaret's Bay Road. During the early 2000s, Mr. Rogers, then a resident of Lake of the Woods subdivision, hiked deep into the lands now popularly known as Long Lake Provincial Park in search of the headstones and artifacts of families that once inhabited this land, the Umlaws, Wagners, Marriotts, Darts, and others. This work led to the first edition of the Walking Guide. In 2001, Mr. Rogers also became a founding member of Five Bridges Wilderness Heritage Trust, an organization that continues to raise thousands of dollars each year to fund stewardship projects in and related to the Five Bridge Lakes Wilderness area. Mr. Rogers' most recent contribution to the community came in the form of the 2018 updated and expanded edition of A Walking Guide to the Old St. Margaret's Bay Road. This publication documents and makes available to the public a practical and enjoyable approach to learning about the natural and cultural history of the Chebucto Peninsula. I ask the members of the House to join me in thanking Wayne Rogers for his significant contributions to the Timberley Prospect and surrounding communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's often said that no other profession demands a higher ethical standard than that of law enforcement. Police work is a career that requires utmost dedication to doing the right thing. The good work that law enforcement does rarely makes the news. Members serve with fairness, courage, impartiality, and integrity. 2 of these members of the Glasgow Regional Police Force have recently been promoted. Claire Corcoran-Timmins became the first female to be promoted to corporal, and Daryl Pears is the first African Nova Scotian to be promoted to sergeant within the ranks of the Glasgow Regional Police Force. Both officers have been consistent with their duties and responsibilities to the local public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding achievement of a special furry someone in Fairview Clayton Park. Stanley Paul Chisholm, a resident therapy dog at Fairview Heights Elementary School, recently completed a huge exam. Through Therapeutic Paws of Canada, Stanley became certified to work with young children. This means he's able to go to libraries, elementary schools for reading programs. He's also now able to visit and work with children at the IWK. Therapy dogs are important resources for many adults and children who need help physically, mentally, social, and educationally. Stanley will be an incredible benefit for many children at Fairview Heights. I ask that members of this House of Assembly join me in thanking Stanley and his owners for their hard work. I know Stanley will bring joy to many. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to welcome Zoe Marie Irene Cormier as Cumberland's first-born baby of 2019. She was born at Cumberland Regional Healthcare Centre, weighing 6 pounds 9 ounces at 12:20 a.m. on January 1st to parents Andrew Cormier and Lacey Obelinas of Amherst. I wish Zoe strong health as she grows with her parents' care and guidance. Please join me in welcoming Cumberland's first baby of 2019, Zoe Marie Irene Cormier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the dynamic community of New Ross on the transition of the New Ross Consolidated School to a community school. Community schools represent a partnership between the local municipal government, the regional school governing body, and the community. When it seemed that the local school might close, Sheena Eisner and a dedicated group of local volunteers approached the municipality of Chester to propose a community school model. Under the new model, the school will be open for community use after school hours. The after-school operation administration for the programs and events will take place at the school, will be managed by the municipality of Chester. The municipal role will be ably handled by Nadine Hockney, the recently appointed school coordinator, who will oversee the scheduling of the space on behalf of the municipality. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of this Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating New Ross on the establishment of their community school and to wish them well in their future endeavours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, January 30th, 2019 was a heartbreaking moment for many of us in our community. Mr. Speaker, Chad Edward Allen Hensby passed away in a car accident at the young age of 45. Mr. Speaker, most of us had known Chad since we were kids, and Chad will be remembered for his bigger-than-life personality, his laugh, his heart, and his dimples. To his parents, Frank and Pam, you raised a heck of a man. To brothers Corey and Chad, we are all here for you. And to his children, Chad Jr. and Kristen, we mourn beside you. Our community will always remember and love you, Chad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to rise today to recognize 17-year-old Millwood High School student.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 17-year-old Millwood High School student Kira Lucas and 13-year-old Sackville Heights Junior High student Melky Lucas. On February 27th, the two teenagers fought a kitchen fire in their home after an electric kettle caught on fire. Mr. Speaker, after several trips outside for handfuls of snow, the two were able to finally smother the flames. All that was lost in their home was the kettle and a scorched pot. Although Kira suffered minor burns to her hand, the situation could have turned out much worse. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize both Kira and her brother for their quick actions and wish them both very well in their future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to talk about the actions of some of our tremendous students and young leaders in the province's school. I was inspired to hear that Fall River Lockview High student Sarah McDonald Miles spoke to Me to Eat teen at George P. Vanier Junior High. Sarah spoke about her Jeans for Teens campaign in support of Brunswick Street Mission. Mr. Speaker, when Sarah returned to the junior high a month later, the Me to Eat students had collected 200 pairs of jeans for the Sarah's project. The group was amazed at what they were able to accomplish and how good it felt to see how many students wanted to help. The students involved said this was a lesson for everyone working together to help make life better for others. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend and thank all the youth who took the time for these projects and seeking the ways to help others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to wish the Cape Breton Nordic Ski Club, to congratulate the Cape Breton Nordic Ski Club on their Loppet. The term Loppet is used to describe a great gathering of skiers who ski on a specifically groomed trail. The Nordic Club has a strong partnership with the Seaview Golf Club and teaches cross-country skiing and snowshoeing. Races and a cornucopia for all ages of skill sets were planned for the Loppet. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate club founder John Hudek and the ever-increasing membership on a memorable Loppet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Daniela Kozera of Pine Grove on attending the British Association of Teachers of Dancing North America Highland Scholarship Competition in Banff, Alberta. Danielle's invitation to the competition came after she received honours in her dance exam marks. The weekend's events included a welcome reception, opportunity to meet with the executive members, officers, and North America's Highland coordinators. Attendees participated in classes, lectures, attended social events, and had the opportunity to have their dancing examined and critiqued. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you and all members of this House of Assembly to please join me in congratulating Daniela on her accomplishment and wish her success in her future dancing career. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, when Tiffany Haley Lunn was on her way to the hospital for emergency mental health care, she insisted the hospital wouldn't help her and would just send her home. Her big sister Jessica took her to the ER anyway, determined to get her the help she needed. For 7 hours, Tiffany waited for treatment. For 7 hours, both her and her sister grew more and more discouraged and more scared. Tiffany wasn't given the help she deserved because she would be returning to Manitoba for school a week later. She was given a prescription and sent on her way. Tiffany should have been wrong when she thought the hospital would turn her away and not help her. I commend her sister Jessica for ensuring her sister see a doctor and doing everything she can to help create change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognise a man who has been a devoted member of Clayton Park West and his parish for decades. I've known Pastor Greg Nicholson for years as a soccer dad when our daughters were part of the Halifax Dumbrak Soccer Club. For the past few years, Pastor Nicholson has provided a loving space for the Filipino language and culture program at the Halifax Christian Church. He is no stranger to acceptance. He has opened his doors to 25 different nationalities, which includes Persian, Ethiopian, and many others, for their events and functions. His reputation of encouragement is known throughout my riding. Greg is on the board of directors as a treasurer for the Maritime Christian College in Prince Edward Island. He has coached his children's soccer, volleyball, his children's soccer and volleyball teams in his spare time. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the members of this House of Assembly join me in commending Pastor Greg Nicholson for his tremendous contributions to our community. He's a man who keeps on giving without expecting anything in return.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to spread some good news regarding the Port Morion Fire Station. The Manitou report ordered by the CBRM Fire Service recommended that the Port Morion Fire Station have a standalone status. That's really good news for this community. It means longevity and infrastructure. This means that a new facility will be built as soon as possible in the heart of the village on a portion of land granted by CBRM adjacent to the former Gowrie School. This facility will be a post-disaster rated, which will mean that it will serve the community in times of disaster. Plans for fundraising and help from all levels of government, and this is what is very important. I hope the government is listening. All levels of government are being worked on. I stand here, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate the fire station and over the years the men and women who serve in it for a job well done in supporting their community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park, Fairview Clayton Park, on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring the members' attention to the East Gallery, where today we are joined by a former page of this House of Assembly and a very good friend, Colleen McNeil. I could ask her to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The honourable member for Yarmouth with 40 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Yarmouth and Area Chamber of Commerce celebrated our local business and community at its 2018 Business Awards, and the Export Achievement Award was won by the Warp Tech International. Warp Tech is a leading manufacturer and custom fabricator in the netting industry for over 50 years, custom designing and offering a broad range of netting products, including applications for aquaculture and fisheries, sports netting, safety netting, construction, automotive, safety, and military applications. I ask this House to join me in congratulating Warp Tech International on winning the Yarmouth and Area Chamber of Commerce 2018 Export Achievement Award and wish them continued success.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Wednesday, our caucus shared stories from the mental health system failing Nova Scotians. And some of these stories came from the hashtag #HowManyNSHA-IWK, which is an advocacy group pushing for client-centered mental health care. They presented 60 stories of Nova Scotians' experiences with the health system to directors at NSHA and IWK, and they were told that their stories would be shared with the Premier and the Minister of Health. I'd like to ask the Premier, can the Premier confirm that he has seen the 60 stories?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I have not seen those 60 stories at this time, Mr. Speaker. I look forward, though, to having a chance to review those, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell the honourable member we continue to make investments in mental health, support those families, require support. We all know early detection is an important part. That's why we're continuing to provide those wraparound services for early detection to make sure that we support families and those individuals who require support as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The admin team of the How Many NSHA IWK hashtag group hasn't heard from anyone since the meeting took place with the directors over a year ago. These are 60 stories. They're important first voice stories of people's experiences with our mental health and addiction systems. And I'd like to ask the Premier, since the members of the public that came forward with their stories were told that they would be shared with the Premier and the Minister of Health. The years passed. He hasn't heard from those, hasn't seen the stories, hasn't heard from the group. I wonder if the Premier can just give some thoughts on what he feels about a whole entire year passing and those files being stuffed to the side.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. He would know, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Stan Kuchar, now Senator Kuchar, along with Star Dobson, who put together a panel, worked those stories. I'm sure were part of formulating the response that we had. It was very clear that the investments we need to make need to be evidence-based. Mr. Speaker, not only would those stories be part of that, but we're talking to clinicians and other healthcare providers across the province would be what would formulate the investments that we have made. I know he would know the investments we've made in the public education system in and around putting wraparound services around early detection, supports that we're providing both through health and community services to help families and those who are requiring support. We'll continue on, and I look forward to the budget being tabled on the 26th, Mr. Speaker, so we continue to build on that work that we've already been doing.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to improve the system, we need to be listening to those that have experienced the system and those that are working in the system. I mean, the mandate of this advocacy group was very simple. They've experienced the system, they've identified the flaws, and they want to work with government to improve it. These are important first voice accounts, and they should be welcomed by this government. Who knows better what can be done to improve the system than those that have experienced it? So there's 60 stories right here in this instance. 60 people shared their experiences from their darkest moments of trying to deal with the system. They want to create change. My question for the Premier is, how many people need to fall through the cracks of this system before this government says, a year is too long, I want to hear those stories and I want to act on them?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very important issue, Mr. Speaker, that all members of this House take seriously. To suggest, Mr. Speaker, that those 60 stories wouldn't in part have been provided into the people who are making public policy is just simply unfair to Dr. Kuchar, to Star Dobson, to other members of the thing. This is a very, very serious issue that we're trying to provide supports around families. What we've done is based this on evidence, Mr. Speaker. We've heard very clearly we need to provide early detection. How do we support the wraparound services within our schools? That has come from clinicians who have listened to stories, who've been working, identifying and working with families and those who require support. It's why we've done the same thing, Mr. Speaker, in and around community services, providing supports in and around those families who would require that support, and we'll continue to make investments. I look forward to the table being budgeted on the 26th, but let me be clear about something, Mr. Speaker. This is evidence-based. Those stories are an important part of the journey that we're on, Mr. Speaker, as well as many other Nova Scotians and families who have come forward with their own experiences. And let me be very clear, it has helped formulate the policies in the direction of this government and those who put those policies together, Mr. Speaker, the experts.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. Over the last decade, Mr. Speaker, in Nova Scotia, we have reduced our emissions by 6 megatons. I think we all recognize that this is the path, the trajectory that we want the province to be on. but the government has committed to reduce our emissions for the coming decade by just 1.3 megatons. Now, the IPC says that what's needed is a rapid escalation of the level of ambition about reduction of emissions. So I want to ask the Premier, does he think that a drop from 6 megatons to 1.3 qualifies as a rapid escalation of the level of ambition?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I want to thank Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians, one end of this province to the other, who continue to work alongside successive governments when it comes to the issue of reducing our greenhouse gas reduction, Mr. Speaker. We are currently at 30% above 2005 levels. We will be on track to be at least 50% below that level by 2030. We're continuing to see a decline, Mr. Speaker, in the reduction of greenhouse gas and improving of what's happening within inside of our own province. Efficiency Nova Scotia has done an outstanding job of working with communities and individual Nova Scotians and businesses to ensure that we green up our own footprints, Mr. Speaker. There are actually many stats that will tell you that the green economy in this province is going to outpace the rest of the economy as it is right now, Mr. Speaker. It's about a 5% growth in the green economy and about 2% across the rest of the economy. Those are all important signs that not only are we improving the environment, Mr. Speaker, but we're also growing the economy with it.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. But none of this changes the fact that the IPCC report made clear that our emission reduction targets are not strong enough to avoid the costs associated with global warming above 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now, information acquired through Freedom of Information by our caucus shows that government staff recommended a more ambitious target of 50% below 2030 levels, but that the government opted for the weaker target of 45% below those levels. Will the Premier explain why his government chose a weaker emissions reduction target than was actually recommended by the government's own staff?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member would have been in this House. He's listened to me each time, Mr. Speaker. I've never said 45%. We're on target to be below 50, Mr. Speaker. I think we can actually achieve higher, Mr. Speaker. We're continue to make investments to help individual Nova Scotians reduce their footprint, whether it is investments in insulation programs, transitioning people new opportunities to heat their homes, all kinds of innovative ways that we're partnering with communities, businesses, and Mr. Speaker, many other organizations with Efficiency Nova Scotia to continue to use the dollars that we have to help Nova Scotia reduce the footprint, at the same time making sure that we, like all across the country, reduce our use of coal, but doing it in a way, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't shock the pocketbooks of Nova Scotians. So we're doing it in a balanced approach that is stabilizing energy prices for the first time in over a decade, and at the same time reducing our greenhouse gases and growing our economy.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. In our province, we've been fortunate to have a framework for tripartisan support on climate action, the Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity Act. And that act, when it was established, was precedent-setting and attracted attention from many places, but the Liberal government has ignored and neglected the act since that time. Under that act, there's a provision for a comprehensive review and consultation to take place every 5 years. It took place as scheduled and called for in 2012, but it didn't take place in 17, and it didn't take place in 18, and by now it's fallen 2 full years behind. I want to ask the Premier, why has his government allowed the consultation and review process for EGSPA to be ignored and neglected now for 2 full years?
The Honourable Premier.
I want to thank the honourable for the question. He would know that process is ongoing. I think I heard the minister yesterday was talking about that work with our partners to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we continue to do that review. He would also know the very program he's talking about has 2 components. How do we protect the environment of the province, continue to green the economy, at the same time growing the economy, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the honourable member we continue to reduce our greenhouse gas production in this province. Will be 50% below 2005 levels by 2030. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, as I said a few minutes ago, we're growing jobs in this province, Mr. Speaker. More young people see a future for themselves. We're seeing the green economy outpace the rest of the economy, Mr. Speaker, all in a positive way. Mr. Speaker, we got balanced budgets. We're able to invest in the economy. We'll invest in the environment. At the same time, we'll invest in our people so they see a future for themselves here.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. A report in the Cape Breton Post this morning tells a story of Mr. Bill McPherson, and I'll table that report, Mr. Speaker. Mr. McPherson is from Glace Bay, and his journey brought him from housekeeper at a community hospital to medical school graduate. But because he's an international medical graduate, he can't get a local residency. He applied for a residency in Inverness, but he wasn't selected, and that residency position is still unfilled. So my question to the minister, was he aware of Mr. McPherson's story? And if so, does he think it's fair that international medical grads struggle for residencies here when we have such a high demand for physicians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Pleased to take the opportunity to remind the members of the legislature that Nova Scotia recognizes the important role that residency positions play in the completion of the training for medical graduates. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, part of a national program that matches applicants to the seats, we added 10 family physician seats and 15 specialist seats, Mr. Speaker, that are part of this year's match program. So there are more opportunities, Mr. Speaker, for medical students to obtain residency positions here in the province of Nova Scotia this year.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, one empty residency position, one medical school graduate looking for a medical position. Doesn't take a genius to figure out 1 + 1 = 2. It works out. I wonder if the minister can grasp the bind we're in here, Mr. Speaker. We have qualified, hard-working graduates from this province. They want to practice here, they want to grow their families here and contribute to their communities. These communities need these graduates. But as Mr. McPherson says, an international medical graduate, they're always considered lesser. Is the minister satisfied that the NSHA is doing enough to help our own international medical graduates stay and work here in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member would know, the matching process is done nationally. The fact, Mr. Speaker, is that international medical graduates, we have, I believe, 4 positions reserved for international medical graduates in the first round of matching. Mr. Speaker, that just finished that round, as the member noted, there are some vacancies. In the second round of matching, which is underway now, international medical graduates are as eligible as any other Canadian medical school graduate. So I encourage that individual and other international medical graduates to apply for any of the vacancies, and I assure the member opposite that the member from Glace Bay has brought the concern forward. We've had the opportunity to talk and explain, Mr. Speaker, what the process is for the matching of medical students to residency positions.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Yesterday, the situation at the Dartmouth General Hospital reached a crisis level, and not for the first time. There were 23 patients without beds. 15 of them were in the emergency department, completely blocking flow to emergency care. 5 were in overflow areas, and 3 were being treated in the family lounges. People waited hours for triage. Elective surgeries were cancelled. The Dartmouth General is constantly beyond capacity and needs assistance from the NSHA and the Central Zone. The waiting room is full of people without doctors. There are no beds available for the critically ill. They are filled with patients waiting for placement in a nursing home or transfer to Halifax. Mr. Speaker, while we know that investments are being made for orthopedics and other things in the Dartmouth General, none of that is going to stem this problem. Can the minister tell the House what the NSHA is doing now to alleviate the pressure on the Dartmouth General?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member would be aware, work, as we talked about yesterday, I believe there are questions attaching people to primary care physicians and providing primary care services is one means to improve access to care and reduce pressures on our emergency departments. That work is underway across the province, including Dartmouth. I've previously mentioned through the immigration stream, Mr. Speaker, we've had 5 family physicians commence work in the Dartmouth area, Mr. Speaker. Each of them, Mr. Speaker, that have been here since the fall are taking on full patient loads, because these are individuals, Mr. Speaker, that have several years of experience and are able to ramp up their practices very quickly. So we are, Mr. Speaker, taking the concerns seriously, and we are working to attach more people in Dartmouth and across the province to primary care services.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, 5 new family doctors in downtown Dartmouth is great. Our office have referred lots of people to them. It's a drop in the bucket for what we need, and it's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about the Dartmouth General Hospital. Doctors and nurses at the Dartmouth General have been ingenious when it comes to solving problems. We've heard about it from the minister. We've heard about it in this House. They established an offload program to actually help ambulances get back on the road way before we've solved that in other facilities. Now that program is being expanded. They've had to do it with a catchment of over 130,000 people. 130,000 people. That's the number of people on Cape Breton Island. They're one of the largest hospitals in the province. They cannot continue to operate with 25% of their beds full of patients waiting for transfer and no added resources. Mr. Speaker, will the minister commit to finding a solution for the seniors stranded at the Dartmouth General who need long-term care and the people waiting in the emergency room?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member would know, the infrastructure investments that are being made for the central region, the system took a broad look at this, Mr. Speaker, to identify what the long-term needs of the system for infrastructure are going to be. That plan, Mr. Speaker, was released. It identified additional beds throughout the system. Dartmouth General, as the member noted, very clearly is receiving many upgrades and expansions to services within that facility. Other aspects, Mr. Speaker, are being added to other locations. The new clinic, Mr. Speaker, expansions and the redevelopment here in Metro. But, Mr. Speaker, this is all part of the work that we recognize needs to be done to bring the system into modern state, Mr. Speaker, and provide the infrastructure for those clinicians to provide the care that all Nova Scotians require.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of TIR. Mr. Speaker, in January, the Leader of the Opposition and I attended the protest in Hansport held by the Abateau Action Group. At that time, the local MLA told the protests that a temporary fix would be in before the spring melt and that a permanent solution would follow. Well, the spring melt is now underway, and I know it's cold out, but in fact, spring weight restrictions are on, so we're in spring now. So my question for the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal is, when will the residents of Hansport get the Abateau they were promised in January?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the question from the member opposite. Perhaps he could visit the site and see the busy construction site that has turned into, with a solution which has turned out to be a permanent solution that is being implemented, and we expect to have it in place and completed in the next several weeks, Mr. Speaker. I would also, Mr. Speaker, like to table a very supportive letter from the Abateau Action Group in Hansport, thanking this government for the excellent efforts they've made to restore that important piece of infrastructure.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, the Oxford English Dictionary defines Abateau as follows, especially in the maritime province of Canada: a sluice gate in a dike which allows water draining from the land to flow out but does not allow seawater to enter, and I'll table that. This government's release stated that the fix for the breached Abateau would place 2 concrete culverts where the former wooden structures failed. At a public meeting last summer, the department staff indicated the new Abateau was estimated to cost $6 to $8 million. The difference in the estimated cost and the announced cost have people wondering just what type of structure the province is planning. So my question for the minister is this: will the people of Hansport be getting a new Abateau or simply culverts for the water to pass through?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for reminding all Nova Scotians about the tremendous ingenuity that was shown by our forebears. In the instance of the Hansport Abateau, we have records going back over 115 years, Mr. Speaker. And absolutely, the Abateau is a gate valve to hold back the tides, which of course is really a challenge. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the truth is the Hansport Abateau, the wooden culverts, had actually failed for a long period of time and were acting as a culvert. But in our foresight, we are providing a solution to equal the volume of water that was available through the wooden culverts, but with the proviso of being able to add gates to those 2 new concrete structures.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians are rightfully fearful of the growing problems with ambulance offloads right across this province. Just yesterday, first thing in the morning, Halifax had only one ambulance available, and those responders were actually, Mr. Speaker, already in overtime. Over the course of the day, there were only 2 units available in Cumberland County. There were only 2 units available in Queens and Lunenburg. And there were 0 units available in Colchester County. And I'm sure that the Minister of Finance is deeply concerned about that. So I would like to know, does the Minister of Health believe that we have actually hit rock bottom with the chaos that we're witnessing in emergency? Or can we expect the worst yet to come?
Oh, wow. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is I've had our partners, the Nova Scotia Health Authority and EHS, come together to evaluate the situation, Mr. Speaker. We know that part of the challenges with ambulance availability, Mr. Speaker, relates to ambulance offloads. That is the transition from paramedics to the hospitals and the emergency department, Mr. Speaker. They've identified ways to improve that, Mr. Speaker, and they're taking action to do just that, to get those ambulances back out in the communities that they serve.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, evaluation period is over. It's time to act. I know the minister can appreciate this is the reality facing paramedics and emergency care workers in this province every single day, 24/7. Just imagine being a paramedic and not being able to tell your family when you'll be home, because if you don't put in those extra hours, you're putting other people's lives at risk. Or imagine being someone with a compromised immune system, living in fear that an ambulance will take hours when they need it the most. Will the minister please admit that his government has failed the emergency care system so that we can start moving forward?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, reiterate to the member that, in fact, action is underway. As I indicated to the
Order,
Mr.
please.
Speaker,
the Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, Dartmouth General, as has been noted earlier today, introduced a new program to speed the transition between the ambulance to the hospital, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing progress in the Valley to implement a similar type of model, Mr. Speaker. We know, Mr. Speaker, that there's recently, within the last month or so, reports out of the Halifax Infirmary, Mr. Speaker, where the Health Authority has been focused on rapid assessment unit space that was supposed to be dedicated to the emergency department services that have been used by other services, Mr. Speaker, being reclaimed and dedicated where it should have been to help improve the situation there as well. So action, Mr. Speaker, is underway.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is again to the Minister of Health. It has come to my attention that another doctor is closing their practice in Cape Breton. Dr. Sivakumar announced that she will be closing her ophthalmology practice this summer, and effective immediately, she will no longer accepting referrals. She serves approximately 9,000 patients, Mr. Speaker. The remaining 2 clinics are now recommending their patients seek referrals off the island. So my question to the Minister's Health, does he have a plan to ensure adequate ophthalmology services in Cape Breton?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member would know, the Nova Scotia Health Authority's recruitment initiatives are underway, Mr. Speaker, for family physicians and specialty services, Mr. Speaker. When a vacancy comes up, Mr. Speaker, that efforts are made to fill those positions, to advertise and promote, Mr. Speaker. So, of course, that work is underway for vacancies throughout the province, whether it's ophthalmology, Mr. Speaker, family physicians, or other vacancies throughout the healthcare system. Work is underway and will continue, Mr. Speaker, as we work to fill those vacancies to ensure Nova Scotians get the care they need.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, we had 6 ophthalmologists just a short time ago. Now we're down to 2 who are working either part-time or not taking new patients. And the minister should have seen this coming, Mr. Speaker. More than 2.5 years ago, Dr. Siva Kumar was quoted on working conditions for the Northside doctors. And I'll table that article, Mr. Speaker. She said that doctors who were leaving cited management at the root of the problem. And she suggested that doctors should be given an anonymous exit interview. What a novel idea, Mr. Speaker. So I want to ask the minister, when will the minister open his eyes, admit there's a crisis in health care, and have his department or the NSHA reach out to Dr. Siva Kumar and other doctors to find out the reasons for their leaving their practices?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, Mr. Speaker, people who choose to finish their careers, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, that's retirement decisions, Mr. Speaker. We know that the medical medical industry, medical services, is not the only area, Mr. Speaker, where the demographics are at a stage where people are reaching that point in their life where they would be choosing that it's time to finish their work careers and move on to the next stage of life, Mr. Speaker. That's important for those individuals who have served their communities, served Nova Scotians well, that we want to recognize that service, Mr. Speaker. But again, as has always been the case, when someone gets to that point in their career, we need to replace them. We do recruitment initiatives, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue that work to replace those physicians, Mr. Speaker, to provide care for all Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question today is for the Minister of Environment. Businesses, community groups, and municipalities have all called for a provincial ban on single-use plastic bags, but government is refusing to listen. The result is municipalities that want to reduce waste and protect our oceans are starting to go it alone. We're going to end up with a patchwork of regulations unless the province takes responsibility. So my question for the minister today is, why does she refuse to implement clear province-wide standards to reduce and eliminate single-use plastic bags in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It certainly is a timely question that I appreciate from the member opposite. You know, this is something that we have discussed at broad length in our own caucus. I've talked about it in the department with department staff. We know that single-use plastic bags are 1% to 2% of the amount of what's in the solid waste stream going into landfills right now, and we know that this, there could be some solution. We're certainly working with our stakeholders. We're working with NS. Federation of Municipalities. We are speaking with them. We're speaking to other stakeholder groups, and we may have something in the future, or we may decide to put it off for a bit. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me make it easy for the minister. Just pass our bill. We just introduced a bill banning plastic bags across Nova Scotia, so I'll make it very easy for her. Just say yes. Just pass our bill. I think that would be a great solution. And the statistics the minister gave of 2% actually came out before China refused to take our plastic bags, our one-use single plastics. So we need to get up to speed with those. Mr. Speaker, Montreal is doing it. PEI is doing it. Australia is doing it. Victoria is doing it. Halifax is doing it. There are jurisdictions all around the world have introduced bans. And why? Because plastic is the single biggest killer in the oceans. Now, Nova Scotia is a coastal province. We rely on clean oceans. Nova Scotians are ready to do it, but without the province, they're ready to go ahead, but without a provincial ban, it'll be slower, less effective, and more confusing. So, the time for talk is over. It's time for action. What will it take for the minister to support a provincial ban on single-use plastic bags now?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have here a resolution from the HRM Charter that they have the authority to make bylaws for municipal purposes respecting bags, and I'll certainly table this document. Beyond that, I've certainly looked at our proposed legislation here. It is one page. Before the province goes forward with any kind of legislation, we have to make sure we do our due diligence. We have to make sure that we're talking to the stakeholders, that we're talking to the public, that we do a full consultation. And when we are ready to table any kind of a bill, Mr. Speaker, it'll be one that has substance and will work for Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Minister of Health. Canada has the highest rates of multiple sclerosis in the world. As a matter of fact, it's been described, excuse me, it's been described as Canada's disease. This incurable, degenerative condition impacts hundreds of thousands of Canadians, and the majority of them are women. The statistics are staggering, Mr. Speaker. For every one man diagnosed with MS, 3 women are diagnosed. And due to the symptoms of the condition, it is frequently misdiagnosed. So my question to the Minister is, what work is this government doing to help with the early identification of MS, a condition that is a condition that affects many, many women in our province?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I sincerely want to thank the member for bringing this question about this condition to the floor of the legislature. It is a very debilitating condition, Mr. Speaker, and what I will do is I'll get some more details, but some of the information I do have off the top of my head. I know that from a research perspective, there's a program that about 18 months or maybe 2 years ago was established at Dalhousie University. I know that at St. FX University just this past fall there was a new lab that received some investment, Mr. Speaker. Some of the work being done there, I believe, does connect back with work that's being done at Dalhousie as well. So we're seeing our academic institutions that do have some clinical research being able to put things together to help further research in the space. So Nova Scotia has the opportunity. It is something, but as far as more specifics, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to look into it a little further and get more details about what else is going on in this space.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his answer. As the country with the world's highest MS rates, the expectation is that Canada will be a place where helps to find the cure. 80% of the people living with MS are unemployed because of the way the disease attacks their body, leaving them unable to work. Mr. Speaker, this is especially troubling for mothers who are responsible for caring for their children and find themselves unable to do so because of their illness. Research is the only way to beat this disease. This is not a record we as Canadians should be proud of. Mr. Speaker, is this government going to keep working to stop the rise of Nova Scotians having MS?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I really sincerely do, both personally and professionally, thank the member for bringing this to the floor. And again, it is a condition that hits home to many members. I know of at least 2 of us that have family members, Mr. Speaker, in this legislature that do have family members with MS. Mr. Speaker, at various stages, we know how close and how quickly it can hit home. So, of course, we're committed to continue that research. We know we rely on the many fantastic clinical and academic researchers that we have across this province to do that, and I'm looking forward to seeing the work at Dalhousie, St. FX, and our other institutions coming together, collaborating along with our clinicians to come up with, and hopefully it is the cure coming out of Nova Scotia. It would be fantastic. We certainly have the researchers and the human capacity to do so.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Health. It was only a year ago that midwives on the South Shore marched on MLA offices demanding more supports. Now the fight is in northern Nova Scotia, where on December 22nd, expectant mothers were told midwife services they had been relying on at St. Martha's were being suspended. Between the ongoing issues retaining midwives and the cancelling of government-run prenatal classes, this government is making it very difficult to have a baby in this province. Could the minister please advise if there is any collaboration happening with the Association of Nova Scotia Midwives to ensure proper supports are in place for midwives?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I can advise the member is certainly we recognized the challenges that presented themselves about this time last year. We took the initiative, the action, Mr. Speaker, hearing from both the association and midwives that having only 2 members available in a community was not sufficient to maintain the services if one was off on leave for any reason, which is what happened last year. So we added additional resources. We increased the number of positions and recruited to fill those positions, not just in the South Shore region, Mr. Speaker, but also in Antigonish, in the Eastern Zone, which has another site, and in the city we've added a position. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, with multiple leaves coming together at the same time, the third position was not sufficient at that time, but we continue to work to stabilize and provide these services.
The honourable member for Queens, Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Association of Nova Scotia Midwives are saying that there's a lack of understanding of what midwifery is and how it should be implemented. It's at the root of the staffing issues at St. Martha's. A midwife came to Antigonish to pursue an opportunity and left only 2 months later. A 2011 report said midwifery in Nova Scotia could not survive at its current state. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's 8 years later and we're on the brink of collapse. My question to the minister is, what is being done right now to save the midwifery program in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the first priority is to stabilize those sites that we do have, fill those vacancies, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the services that have been established and committed to need to be stabilized and secured, Mr. Speaker. As part of that, the next step, Mr. Speaker, would be looking at potential for further expansion. But, Mr. Speaker, we do need to ensure that we have the stabilization of those services in the communities for which the services are being offered, and again, that recruitment and those efforts are underway.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, in our roles as elected officials, we are all aware of the importance of confidentiality as we deal with our constituents. In our constituency office, as in most, we have signed authorization forms signed by those individuals wishing our assistance on their behalf. These forms permit MLAs to share and gather information that might otherwise be only released to that individual, and they allow us to work with few difficulties. That does not seem to be the case for continuing care in some of their offices. My question, is the Minister aware that even with signed authorization, continuing care refuses to do more than make general comments?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer the question, I'm not aware of that in a broad context. Certainly there have been a couple of instances. I believe the member's colleague has from Barrington? Argyle Barrington, Mr. Speaker, did raise concerns in that community, but it's not a widespread issue or concern that I'm aware of. But again, we work to educate and ensure people know what the right processes that should be followed.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this agency refuses to acknowledge the direction of the constituents' wishes to have an issue handled by someone on their behalf. Most agencies are very accommodating. In my office, we have had constituents request our assistance, and during our efforts, we are advised by the agency supervisor that they could not share particular information even after the authorization. Privacy and confidentiality are very important, but so is the ability of all of us to assist our constituents. So my question to the Minister, could the Minister look into this matter and find out why this agency will not follow protocol that is followed by most agencies?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly will do that. We'll connect. I'll get the specific details from the member offline. But, Mr. Speaker, as I said at the beginning, by and large, we do see people following the processes and ensuring that they get the information to the people that the residents or their clients or substitute decision makers are looking to have that information brought to. I was only aware of one other instance where that was is brought up as a concern. But if the member is raising it, we'll dig in to that and get that rectified.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister responsible for Housing Nova Scotia. I was distressed and frustrated this winter to learn of a woman who is underhoused and vulnerable and unable to access support in housing because of Metro Regional Housing Authority's policy on arrears. This woman has a debt to a housing authority from 20 years ago, and that policy requires that she make a payment on that debt, which she cannot afford to do before she can even get on the wait list. As a result, she remains vulnerable and in unstable housing. And this story is not unique. Mr. Speaker, does the minister think it is right that someone should be blocked from housing support because of a decades-old debt?
The Honourable Minister responsible for Housing Nova Scotia.
I want to thank the honourable member for bringing this question to the floor of the House. What she and her constituent should know is that all they have to do is make a very, very tiny payment. It could be $5 or $2 or whatever, but make arrangements. They just have to deal with it and they can get on the housing wait list. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, my understanding is that once a tenant is in housing, there can be a payment arrangement with a tiny payment each month. However, I spoke yesterday with a frontline social worker who is supporting an individual who needs housing, and in order to get on the wait list, he has to pay $480 on a 30-year-old debt of $600. So this is not working across the system, and I want the minister to please undertake a review across the system so that there are fair policies in all housing authorities.
The Honourable Minister responsible for Housing Nova Scotia.
Again, I want to thank the honourable member for bringing this matter to my attention, and I want to assure her that we'll be dealing with it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In order for a modern hospital to operate, it needs a number of special doctors, surgeons, radiologists, anesthetists. Yarmouth has a rotation of 4 doctors that could provide the service so that surgeries and procedures can be done at our regional hospital. But only 3 doctors were providing the service, and 2 are leaving. And 1, I hear, is set to retire. So my question to the Minister of Health: what is the Health Authority doing to recruit, or at least provide help to the remaining anesthetists?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, as with other vacancies, the Health Authority recruitment efforts are ongoing. I can, as I understand it, advise the member that it's my understanding that there is a new recruit identified to start, I believe, on April 1st to help in the situation. And I can also assure the member opposite that the leadership team, physician leadership team at the site in Yarmouth, at Yarmouth Regional, have taken this situation seriously. They've contacted their colleagues in other parts of the province, and they've been assured that other regions will provide support to Yarmouth as the recruitment efforts continue and they fill those vacancies.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Yarmouth Regional Hospital is very important for our area, especially with the constant closures at Roseway and a lot of Digby as well. And quite honestly, it could be one of the solutions for the problem that we're seeing of the long surgery wait lists at the hospital in the Valley, the Kenville Hospital. So my question is, how are we going to preserve surgeries in Yarmouth if we're unable to recruit or even fill that full rotation of 4 anesthetists?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd certainly agree, and I think my colleague, the member for Yarmouth, would agree as well. Having been to the Yarmouth Regional on a number of occasions, it is a fantastic facility with a lot of great staff there providing great services to the region. Mr. Speaker, as I'd indicated, the leadership team there, including the physician leadership team, have taken the concerns and the situation seriously. They've connected with their colleagues to ensure that they do have the support, and I'm pleased that their colleagues within, and this is one of the advantages of having a provincial health authority, Mr. Speaker, that they're able to lean on the services and the availability of specialists in other parts of the province to backfill and support while recruitment positions get fulfilled.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Transportation. Time and time again, my colleagues and myself from Pictou County have asked the Minister questions with regards to the Trenton Connector, which is located in Pictou West but borders on Pictou East and Pictou Centre. And this is a very dangerous intersection. And in the fall of 2018, I asked the Minister to provide an update on the future of a roundabout being built there. And his answer was that he actually had a chance to visit that location and that his department was actually in reviewing the information and the traffic study that was presented to him. So I'm wondering if the Minister can give me an update with regards to further improvements at this location.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the question from the member opposite. In our department, of course, safety is paramount, and in this particular instance, we are reviewing that particular intersection. No decision has been made at this point in terms of what the way forward is, but it's certainly on our radar, and I'd be more than happy to share the progress with the member whenever she's available.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
So it's disheartening that you're still reviewing it and that there's been no consideration given to a roundabout. We are patiently waiting. We recently had a meeting with over 75 people that included municipal councillors, RCMP, paramedics, firefighters, etc. This intersection actually was the cause of 5 deaths. 5 deaths. And we don't want to see a 6th. So although I can appreciate it does take time, it takes money to build a roundabout, which is what we're requesting, I would ask that the Minister commit today to lowering the speed limit from 80 to 50 in that area so that we don't have to witness that 6th death.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the information provided by the member. I was unaware of the public meeting, and I'm not sure if we had any staff there or not. It would be unfortunate if we weren't included in the process. And if they were there, I'll find out who they were and what the actual situation is, because 1 death in Nova Scotia is too many for our program. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Minister of Health. As is known, the government announced that it would close both the Northside General Hospital and the New Waterford Consolidated Hospital in Cape Breton. Government has also promised to expand the Glace Bay Hospital and the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. But, Mr. Speaker, the Glace Bay Regional ER has already been closed most of 2019. In fact, it has been closed so that they can use the doctors to keep the regional hospital open. Now, Mr. Speaker, Cape Breton already suffers from a shortage of skilled physicians, and expanding infrastructure without addressing the human resource piece will only heighten the need for more skilled physicians without actually addressing the major problem. So, Mr. Speaker, the question for the Minister is simple. How will the Minister address the desperate need for physicians and specialists for these Cape Breton hospitals?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've previously indicated, we have been engaged to understand what types of programs. We have incentive programs that the department provides to support physicians for a commitment of return of service. We provide some compensation, whether it's tuition relief, Mr. Speaker, or opportunities to help offset other debt for setting up their practices in order for a commitment to return of service. We've made changes, Mr. Speaker, to various incentives for short-term filling of positions, the locum programs, Mr. Speaker, including ED department shifts. And, Mr. Speaker, we anticipate, of course, that the infrastructure itself will help as the overall plan for the entire region is implemented, Mr. Speaker, and the physicians in the region are providing services at the 2 hospitals and 2 primary care centres.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Well, thank you very much for that explanation about build it and they will come. I think they call that the field of dreams, Mr. Speaker. As I stated, this minister stands up time after time in this House telling us about all the incentives. We've asked a simple question, Mr. Speaker, on more than one occasion. How many doctors have left?
20 just did.
20 were ready to go. We had a resignation last night of a very skilled specialist going from a department that had 6 now to 1 person, 2 people. Mr. Speaker, when in the world will this minister finally tell the people of Cape Breton how bad the situation is? There are doctors leaving daily. There is no plan in place to bring doctors into our community. We're going to build big buildings. Well, maybe the plan is, Mr. Speaker, they're going to make it long-term care beds, because we don't have any of them either. Mr. Speaker, when is this minister going to realize that infrastructure...
Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to opposition business. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to call bills for second reading.
We'll now call public bills for second reading.
I'd like to call
members' bills for second reading. Sorry.
Would like to call Bill number 85, the Forestry Industry Sustainability Act.
We'll now call Bill number 85, the Forestry Industry Sustainability Act. The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to bring a voice to the forestry sector to this floor of the legislature. Bill number 85, the Forest Industry Sustainability Act. And one question, this is not a bill that will replace the Leahy report. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that we believe that the stakeholders, once created on that task force, should use the Leahy report as a tool to secure their industry, something that they're fearing for. Mr. Speaker, we're in dire straits here in the forest industry, and I'm sure many MLAs here on the floor have heard calls throughout their constituency. Mr. Speaker, we're asking to create this stakeholders task force, if you will, remove the elected officials off it, remove the bureaucrats, put it in the hands of the people that know the industry best. They're fearful, they're unknown. What will take place? Mr. Speaker, forestry is one of the main industries that built this great province, along with fisheries and agriculture, to name a few others. Mr. Speaker, forestry in this province is like a spider's web. There isn't a corner that isn't touched with this sector. Mr. Speaker, it reaches from Cumberland, Colchester, Shelburne, Digby, Cape Breton, Guysborough. The whole province is affected with this economy. And as I speak a little bit about the economy, there have been numbers that range around from the sector. $2.1 billion industry that we seen a couple years ago within this province for the forestry sector. Mr. Speaker, we have families that are involved with the forestry sector, whether it be woodlot owners, sawmill owners, contractors, harvester operators. Some families, Mr. Speaker, it's 6th or 7th generation that are living off their land, tending to their property to ensure a sustainable forest. Mr. Speaker, this is their culture and life. Where do we go from here? If this industry comes to an abrupt stop, how do we retrain those thousands of people? There's mechanics, technicians, operators, looking for the future of this industry. 11,000 Nova Scotians either directly or indirectly impacted with forestry in Nova Scotia. This is a huge economical issue for our province. Let me take you on a little tour through rural Nova Scotia. In fact, let me take you to my constituency of Cumberland South, where a man just up the road from my residence employs 20 people in this sector. He owns many pieces of equipment, and he is scared to death. He is scared to death. He doesn't know what's going to happen in the next year or two within forestry. And Mr. Speaker, this is all he and his family have known. Mr. Speaker, he has 4 boys. His question to me a few weeks ago is, do I just walk away? Do I hand down a business to my boys that I know will not profit for them, that will leave them in debt, that their children will never benefit in this great province? Mr. Speaker, these are hard-working people that work in the woods, day in and day out. Many times they have no idea what's going on the floor of this legislature. There's a lot of unknown. So does he hand his business down? Does he try to sell his equipment off now and his assets and take a major loss? Does he call up that local fuel delivery guy that has delivered upwards to $300,000 of fuel for his equipment and say, guess what? You're also losing out. Mr. Speaker, it's scary. Or the local babysitter or daycares that take care of those children while these people are out at work, hard at work. Where are they going to look to when those children aren't in their rooms any longer? Or on a Friday night at our local pizzeria where it's family night, they actually get a night out of the woods to enjoy a pizza. That will be no longer. This will be the scene all over rural Nova Scotia, and right here in the HRM and CBRM as well. What do we do with those individuals that are working in the forestry, that's all they've known? How do we retrain those individuals? Presently, we're in an industry that is not stable. Last year, the instability was awaiting for this government's response to the Leahy report. Yes, we did have a response, albeit very minimal. And in the Leahy report, as Mr. Leahy appropriately pointed out to our caucus, that he recommended the report be accepted in whole, not in part. And now, Mr. Speaker, we await this year, as the good Minister of Lands and Forestry has said he will bring to this floor a Biodiversity Act, which the forestry sector are awaiting patiently again, with the unknown. Mr. Speaker, the report also calls for a low-grade wood fiber market. This industry needs a secure, low-grade wood fiber market that is profitable in order to succeed. Mr. Speaker, we have many, many woodlot owners in this province that are looking to us for answers, that I've known that they have spoken to all caucuses involved on this floor here today. No matter big or small, there is uncertainty. Without this industry, their woodlot values are nothing. What will that do to our real estate in the province of Nova Scotia? Where will we go? Mr. Speaker, I can speak from experience in the last 3 or 4 years. The farmers that grow blueberries, they had a rough year, a real rough year last year. Many of those blueberry farmers have looked to their woodlots to offset some of those costs or losses. Mr. Speaker, many people are utilizing their woodlands as a retirement plan. Just last week, a constituent of mine came to me, explaining to me that his accountant has actually recommended he get rid of his land, take a loss, and continue to work for another 5 to 10 years. A man that planned on retiring in 2 years. Where does he go, Mr. Speaker? The people that he had hired to tend to his forest, where do they go? They're coming to us for answers. What about the families that were banking on those woodlots to send our children to post-secondary education? Where are those children going to go come time to further their education? These are just a few examples of things that are going to happen in rural Nova Scotia without a forestry sector. Where do these families go when the equipment goes silent? When the forests are no longer tended to? their savings dry up, who do they go to? We need to turn this industry around. We need to look to this industry for answers and give them the voice that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for all of us as MLAs in this great province to take this chance and take the politics out of this sector right now. Mr. Speaker, we presented a bill a couple weeks ago to create this task force. There's nobody that knows it better than the people that work in it. It's not us. We can educate ourselves as great as we can, and I believe that that is a great job that we have to do as elected officials. But we still cannot answer many of those questions. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on this government to move this bill forward, to give the voice to those stakeholders in the forestry industry a chance to speak on their behalf. We need to stand up for the forestry industry. Without it, that report that was made by Mr. Leahy and all of his assistants for the last number of years will sit on a shelf. Mr. Speaker, the forestry industry has called on all of us to help. This is an opportunity for us to reach out and help them. I don't know all the answers. I'm just a small voice here on this floor, Mr. Speaker. But I do know one thing for sure, that this is going to impact every single one of us. We need answers. We need to help them get answers. We've been called upon for a solution. We're willing to work on that solution as this caucus. We want to see this sector grow. We'd love to see the Leahy report implemented so we can sustain our forestry for years to come. As many of those industry operators have already told us, we're working to strive for those goals, if they haven't already met them. Mr. Speaker, this is very high importance. And it's a chance to take politics out of the forestry sector by moving this forward. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where we go from here. But if we put our minds together as a solid province, we can do better and we must do better. I encourage this bill to move to law amendments to allow those people to come out of those woods. Speak here. Give their voice. Let their recommendations be put on record and not silence them anymore. Mr. Speaker, these are well-educated people within the forest. I've had the opportunity in the last number of months to go tour places that I've torn many years ago that would have normally been clear-cutted. That they're thinning. They're doing selective cuts. They're allowing our forest to mature. And there's an ability here to still have the industry wide open, have a thriving industry, and still have a forest for our children and grandchildren to enjoy. Mr. Speaker, again, I will ring out the call for us all to step up as elected officials and give the forestry sector a voice that they so well deserve. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the comments from my colleagues on this floor, and I'll leave you with this thought. As I have stated, this sector is in trouble. They're looking to us for a hand, for help, not a handout. After all, Mr. Speaker, this industry, in very many ways, money does grow on trees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Glace Bay and the Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It certainly gives me a pleasure to rise today to speak for a few moments on behalf of our government and our caucus with respect to this particular bill, establish a task force on the future of the forestry industry in Nova Scotia. And I do appreciate the member for Colchester Cumberland South on his opening comments, and I think that certainly respect where he is in terms of his position, but it is a larger issue and sort of a very specific issue today that we're talking about, and I agree with him. And again, I certainly I'm not an expert with respect to the global forest industry in Nova Scotia in terms of the impact. It's certainly dire by way of the number of employees, the number of people impacted, the direct and indirect jobs associated with the forestry, with the mills, the woodlots, etc. So I wouldn't question anything that the member said with respect to the overall picture. And I know that the member for Clare Digby has discussed this with me many times, and we talked to different organizations and lobby groups on behalf of the forest industry and sector, and many of the people who in our caucus are impacted by the forestry sector, that there is a significant amount of work to be done. So isolate the issue for today. The forestry needs a lot of changing and support on policy side, also changing with respect to accessing markets, technology, etc. So there are lots of things that the forestry sector need, part and parcel to their survival. But today isn't broad in that broad context. What we're talking about here is Northern Pulp. And that's specific to the legislation that's been tabled on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition. That's the focal point. And the member used a couple quotes, looked at this industry for answers and turned things around. I couldn't agree more, again, on the bigger picture, that's the reality. But we're not talking about that future, so to speak. We're talking very specific to what's happening in Pictou and Northern Pulp and around the Boat Harbour issue, the Boat Harbour Act, and what ultimately has put us here today. My final comment from the member's remarks opening, and I was hoping to speak after the Leader of the Opposition so I could take a few jabs at him, but looks like the tables are turned, Mr. Speaker, so I'll have to tone down my remarks. But the member said to take politics out of this, and I guess, you know, on the sort of the negative aspect of politics, absolutely, but on the greater aspects of politics, political parties and the province of Nova Scotia, the government and oppositions, there's no taking anybody out of this. We're all very much accountable for what happens in the next year or so. We're all responsible for what happens in Pictou, and at the end of the day, we're going to all have to wear what we decide when we decide, again, from the voting and the legislation around the Boat Harbour Act to what happens as we near January 2020. So there is a lot at stake. It is important to have this debate publicly. Look, this is one for me that's been, for us, that's been a long-standing issue for our government. I'm going to say within a week of being sworn in 2013, this was a cross-departmental meeting we had. So we're all kind of getting used to the functions of government still in that early stage of transition. And we're rounded up with our senior people from each department and of course the Premier leading that conversation about this very issue and the lead up to why we're here today. You know, with respect to the Boat Harbour cleanup, that was one that, again, there was no second option for us. There was no plan B. We were cleaning up Boat Harbour. And look, that's one that we're very proud of. It'll certainly be a large investment and one that has to be very delicate. And having experience with this type of thing in Cape Breton as citizens, we see the impact that it has and the enormous cost that it takes to remediate this type of site. But also, in fairness, there wasn't, clearly by way of the voting on the legislation, but overall, there was no one in this House, there was no one connected to any party that would suggest that we would delay that. So that was never on. So a statement of facts is Boat Harbour is being cleaned up. So then you immediately pivot to, so what happens with the economic aspect of this? What happens with Northern Pulp? What happens in Pictou? The direct hundreds of people that work there and the indirect that are connected. So when you look at the forestry sector and all that entailed in terms of logistics, transportation, this is a very serious issue from an economic perspective. There's no questioning that. It's one that I've been concerned with. We've all been concerned with, and it continues to be an issue as we talk today. For my quick sort of reference on this, when I was at that table, it was my role as the Minister of TIR and the logistics and the planning around the design around the Boat Harbour cleanup. Fast forward to the Department of Business, it's been one that's occupied a significant amount of my attention with respect to meeting with a number of people, the large private landowner groups, the non-industrial piece, of course the sawmills, West 4, we met with the 12 major sawmills, and of course Northern Pulp. I would also say for the record, they're tremendous people. They're very fair. They give a full account of what their perspective is, and of course it's to create a new system that diverts the issue and the affluent that has created Boat Harbour in the first place, and that's why they're here. So talking of all the different aspects of this file, Northern Pulp have been very reasonable to deal with, and they're always open, and their communication publicly has been balanced and fair from their perspective, and we get that. But and obviously, at the end of the day, once we had Pictou Landing, Chief Paul and the Boat Harbour issue covered off, and make sure that we had that plan cemented, then we could move to this conversation with Northern Pulp. And I just would say quickly, not to sort of self-aggrandize or be self-serving here, but for the Cape Bretoners in the room and those who are close to Cape Breton, we've lived both sides of this. It really is to think back how stark the differences are in some ways with Northern Pulp Boat Harbour versus what we dealt with at home, and they're very different things in causal effects, but on the higher level overall. The tar ponds was certainly an issue of massive environmental remediation challenge, one that went far too long, one that was ignored by all stripes. All of those things were the reality. It sat in the middle of Sydney, of course, but really had its greatest impact, negative impact on Whitney Pier. The African Nova Scotia community, that's a very proud group and very proud community that rallied to get the tar ponds cleaned up. Obviously, we see the same here with Chief Andrea, Pictou Landing, and Boat Harbour. And of course, so they're major issues, and I can tell you, when it's cleaned up, the days that you start to see the remediation and you see the actual impact, it's a phenomenal feeling. So in one way or the other, we all look forward to the day where Boat Harbour's opened back into the Strait and that situation is addressed. And on the other side, of course, you've got economic downturn, and again, not related to Devco and Cisco in the way that Northern Pulp and Boat Harbour are and Pictou Landing are, but connected in the sense that the whole island changed because Devco and Cisco were very close together. It was just different. Demographically, of course, people moved away. Those who were lucky enough to get pensions did that. They stayed around, but it certainly changed their economic reality. Those who weren't, they got a severance and they had to figure out the next step. Lots of them tried to stay, some of them, and lots of them couldn't. So the threat of what happens not only on the site at Northern Pulp, but across the board with respect to the sector of forestry and all the other related indirect jobs, it's a very big concern. So we've been fielding those. All MLAs have been fielding those, and it's something real to talk about. And again, not about parties and blame and things like that, but when Devco and Cisco disappeared, things became very different. And I think that's a fear that the people of Pictou have, but it's way bigger than Pictou, and it stretches into Cape Breton and Yarmouth and all points in between. So certainly that's why we're here. And look, at the end of the day, all we can do as a government is try to do the right thing and be in a balanced place. And I can say that, for the government, for the Premier, for the ministers associated, but all of our caucus, the decisions and the things that happen are significant. For the opposition side, particularly the members from Pictou, it's significant. This is an anecdote for me. This isn't a statistic, and it's not something that I can verify in any way other than what I feel and what I see. I don't know if I've ever had an issue in my almost 6 years in government that was 50-50. Everything I hear for every environmental, address, Northern Pulp and Boat Harbour, and the economic part is second. To the reverse, it's been down the middle, and even more so lately. So there's no easy political answer. So doing the right thing is where we all have to be, and that brings along different perspectives, but that's certainly the reality of the situation. So given all that, and seeing that we are where we are, the timelines, these things are entrenched, I don't I can say probably politely, I guess, I don't see the value in this legislation, and I know that the leader will stand up and tell us what the value is. It's at best a half measure. I think that it doesn't, based on what is the one page of this bill, it focuses around a task force that's conversations with respect to the industry, and I can tell you again, back to my original comments, and the member for Clare Digby has told me so many times, there are significant issues in the forestry industry that must be addressed, but that's not with respect to Northern Pulp. With respect to Northern Pulp and what's happening here, the task force is already in place. The task force is the Premier, it's the Ministers of TIR, it's the Ministers of Business, it's the Ministers of Aboriginal Affairs, it's the Ministers of Environment, Natural Resources, LAE, the list continues. It's our deputies, it's our senior people, environment, of course, on the Boat Harbour side, but not on the Northern Pulp specifically. But the task force is the best people that we have and the best decision makers trying to figure this out in the best way that we can. So to start now to look at a different task force or some other focus, to me, it's not a new idea. It's not something that's going to change the game in any measure, in any meaningful way. And secondly, and again respectfully, this absolutely positively sends the wrong signal to Northern Pulp. It sends the wrong signal to the sawmills, to the forestry sector, to the people who rely on this, and it sends the wrong signal to for the economy overall. This is not the place where we should be. This is an issue that we all have very much on our front burners. The impact of this, the aspects of Boat Harbour and Northern Pulp are real, and it's one that could change the landscape of certainly of that county, but across the board. That's why from day one, well, maybe day 7 of our time here on this side of the House, we've been focused on this. But there's no task force now at this point that's going to come in and ultimately make the industry feel better. We've had discussions, again, I listed the stakeholders, the member for Clare Digby, and I and all of our caucus had these detailed discussions. They're quite frankly not interested in Plan B. That's not where they want to be. So, and I know the leader will address this, but this is a signal that we've given up, that the process between now and that legislated date, we'll just jump right now. Again, based on our conversations with industry, that's not where they want to be. And I think that the signal that that's sort of where we've landed at this point will be very concerning to them. Again, the opposition may know differently, but for me and my experience, that's certainly not going to be the case. And I think that we are now into what, and this is one that's very important for me, and when you have an intimate understanding and connection to a particular file, it matters what's said about it. I have been very proud personally, and it's one of the things that I'll take from this House, my involvement and experience with the Yarmouth Ferry. I was there for the early days of the final days of the old operator. I was there for the procurement of a new operator. Mark McDonald and Bay Ferries are the best possible option on this planet. I can guarantee whenever anyone cracks open those books and looks at the details, looks at how we got here, we are in the best possible position to make the Yarmouth Ferry as good as it can possibly be, and that's because of Bay Ferries and Mark McDonald. And the books are open, Mr. Speaker. And again, we are now talking about, we've thrown this red herring of a management fee the same way we're throwing a red herring of this bill about a task force. So I watched the Conservative members yesterday get up one after another having to verify their support. I here do declare that I support the Yarmouth Ferry. That exact piece was not necessary. You can't say that in the House and then advance a court case. You can't do that. They're very different things, Mr. Speaker. They said that they're forced to sue this government, Mr. Speaker. They said they're forced to sue this government, but the municipality in Yarmouth is forced to be an intervener in their court case, Mr. Speaker. Tourism, we have people who are backing away from investing in Yarmouth.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Business has the floor.
People are backing away from investments in Yarmouth, and today is an important day, Mr. Speaker, on Boat Harbour in this conversation because actions speak louder than words. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the bill before us has often been referred to in these couple of weeks since it was first submitted as the Progressive Conservatives' Plan B with respect to Northern Pulp. I want to take the occasion of the bills being debated this afternoon to make a few comments on what should have been Plan A. First, let me say a word about the perspective that I bring to this question. I don't have the experience of working at Northern Pulp or in the woods or in any sawmill. I've never lived in Pictou, although two of my children were born there, and I certainly don't have the wealth of personal relationships and experience to bring to this question that the members from Pictou County have. I do, however, have a perspective. For the biggest part of my adult life, I was the minister to the United and Presbyterian churches of the upper end of the Musquodoboit Valley. And through most of those years, until its bankruptcy in the Great Downturn, Upper Musquodoboit was home to the largest sawmill east of Montreal, Macterra, a mill which was deeply financially integrated with Northern Pulp. Macterra lumber defined the community, and mill workers, contractors, chip truck drivers between Upper and Abercrombie, operators of harvesters and porters and feller bunchers defined the congregations that I served. And in addition, from 2009 to 13, I served Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley as its MLA and had an opportunity, especially in the context of the discussions around the natural resource strategy in those years, to work quite closely with some of the main mills which today are living under the shadow of uncertainty surrounding Northern Pulp, such as Ledwidge's, Sproul's, and Taylor's in Middle Musquodoboit. It is the perspective of these thousands of jobs that informs the comments that I want to make now. My late father, whenever someone would come to him with a really gnarly, difficult decision or problem, would often start the conversation by saying, well, what are the considerations? The first consideration in dealing with the Northern Pulp situation, in my view, is that we are dealing with a company which, together with its predecessor corporations, has, to an extent that is actually quite rare in Nova Scotia, squandered its social license. What I mean by social license is that general sense without which it's very difficult for a company to make its way in a community, that company is at some fundamental level trustworthy, or at least an entity with which people can play ball and do business. Scott, Nina, Kimberly-Clark, Northern Pulp, all of them over half a century, mistreated the great asset of that trust. Certainly this is true amongst contractors, all of whom have understood that if at least one of them didn't go under every year, then the company would take that as a sign that they were paying too much in the rates. The same is true for truckers. It's particularly true at the level of the community of Pictou County, with whom the mill has had a relentless record of evasion and non-transparency with respect to its emissions. This is true in a way that does not appear to have ever been true, say, with Stora or with Bowater. I think of a friend of mine from Westville who was telling me the other day about his mother's view of the mill. His mother is a woman who was married to a coal miner and who, when he was growing up, when the coal dust got all over the clothes on the line, would prohibit anybody in the family from complaining. She would just take the washing and do it again because that went along with jobs. But that woman, my friend said, when asked now about the current controversy with Northern Pulp, said in a very pointed way, "I hope they shut it down." That's not my view, I want to be clear, but it is striking that it's her view. Or I think of a highly respected professional in Pictou with whom I was talking this over recently, who kind of half snarled, "They've got their nerve asking for an extension." These are the kinds of conversations that happen when a company has squandered its social license. And I have heard it said in the company's defense that that was the predecessors, that Paper Excellence is doing much better on this front. And that may well be, but I must say that this wasn't very much in evidence when, say, the New Glasgow bookstore was pressured over holding a launch for Joan Baxter's book, nor when the company's social gathering was removed from a venue because of its association with Friends of the Strait, nor most recently in January, when Northern Pulp held its press conference announcing the submission of its effluent proposal on the very morning marking the community celebration of the year before the closing of Boat Harbour and Pictou Landing. This is the first consideration. The second consideration, in my view, is that in such a situation, when a company is so broadly mistrusted, the government is especially responsible to ensure that any proposal from that company with a major environmental impact is subjected to the highest level of scrutiny, assessment, and review. Nothing less in such a situation can be expected to lead to the level of public assurance that is much of the purpose of having an environmental assessment. Nova Scotia's Class 1 environmental assessment system simply lacks the general scope and the robustness to lead to this level of public assurance and acceptance. Class 1 reviews have been widely criticized for a kind of small-scale perfunctoriness, a consultant study here, a consultant study there, a dash here and there of community consultation. Even the Auditor General has raised a skeptical eyebrow about Class 1 environmental reviews, pointing out not long ago the extent of the Department of Environment conditions and stipulations that are never followed up on. The Northern Pulp effluent question, that is, has been a perfect candidate for a broader, deeper, far more thoroughgoing level of environmental review. A Class 2 at the very least, or as I have come to believe would ultimately make more sense, an environmental review at the federal level. The government's insistence on the Class 1 constricted form of environmental review of the Northern Pulp effluent proposal has been a major error of judgment because it cannot lead to the generalized level of legitimacy at the community level, which is a significant part of what is aimed for with a successful environmental assessment. Consideration 3 is that the Liberal government, in my view, has been culpable and negligent in its having allowed Northern Pulp to fail to bring forward a proposal in such time as would have allowed for a broader, more thorough and extensive review. Over and over in the legislature, as the clock ticked past 2016, 17, 18, ministers of the environment were questioned about what they were doing to ensure that a Northern Pulp proposal was brought forward. And time again, the answer was, no, not us. That has nothing to do with us. There's no role here for us. We have to wait until the company brings forward its proposal. And so that's what they did. Wait and wait and wait, as though the words responsible and government never really belonged together, while the time went by which they could have provided for the level of review the situation called for within the framework of the Boat Harbour Act. And what hurt and what a miserable cloud of uncertainty has been brought over so many thousands of people by this willfully negligent government approach. Everyone who works at the mill is certainly affected. I met recently with a delegation from Unifor, Northern Pulp's mill union, and I left the meeting with a sense of hot-stomached rage that the Liberal government has permitted those 250 people to be put in this position. Everyone who works at a sawmill that sells residuals to Abercrombie absolutely is affected. I think about a friend of mine in Pleasant Valley, Halifax County, where most people who don't work in the woods work at Taylor's Mill, and who, when he talked about what could happen, thought about the community and said simply, well, it'll put everybody I know out of work. Then we can think of all the people who work for contractors out of all these mills, many of whom are working with gear today so worn out that it's impossible for them to make any money, but who in the present uncertain climate cannot reinvest in new equipment. Everyone who owns a woodlot is affected as they face the impact of potential loss of value. Everyone whose living is related to the Northumberland Strait fishery is utterly, of course, affected, and everyone in Pictou County has been affected as the fabric of wonderful, strong communities has been ripped at, torn at, and clawed at by division on this question. And why? Because the Liberal government failed to carry out its responsibility. The responsibility of a government is not just words on a plaque behind them on a wall. It means that the government's role is to determine the course of action most in keeping with the interests of the people they serve, and then to contribute to that action and that outcomes taking place. I have heard the Premier on occasion say, oh, if the people of Pictou County come together and, but the government is not the people of Pictou County. I've heard the Premier say, oh, if the 3 Pictou County MLAs wanted to amend, but the government is not the 3 Pictou County MLAs. I've even heard it said, well, if there were thus and such a view in Pictou Landing, but the government is not the people of Pictou Landing. The government is the Premier and these 26 others who asked the people of our province for the privilege of carrying out the responsibility of governing, a privilege which they received and then did not carry. They put it down. They threw their hands in the air and said, no, no, not us. And as a consequence of the negligence of this evasion, large parts of Nova Scotia today are living in a vice. Consideration 4 and final. None of this terrible failure of responsibility and leadership at the corporate and at the government level is the fault of anyone in Pictou Landing. I was privileged to attend the celebration January 31st at the Pictou Landing School, marking 1 year until the closing of Boat Harbour. The auditorium was full in more ways than one. It was full of meaning as a procession of children spoke about the importance of the recovery of what in Mi'kmaq is called Oseg, Boat Harbour. The auditorium was full of memory as a timeline along the school's auditorium wall marked the 52 years of Boat Harbour with the pictures of community members who had passed away and had not lived to see this day. The auditorium was full of words with power. As Chief Andrea Paul said through tears, I quote, "What does this mean? It means we are turning back the colonization they forced on us. That end date is so sacred to us. 52 years that we carried this. What a wonderful victory that Boat Harbour is resurrecting back into Oseg. All of Nova Scotia should be able today to be partaking of that joy without divided minds, without conflicted thoughts, without economic fears. And that's where we would have been if the government had not fallen so far short on what should have been Plan A. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Government should understand the ramifications of its decisions. That's a #1 requirement of government. They should always understand the ramifications of its decisions. And what we've seen in the case of the Boat Harbour Act, and certainly in the case of many other pieces of legislation this government has brought forward, that it doesn't have the vision to see the ramifications of its decisions. And indeed, in this situation, government has failed us all tremendously. This government has made a couple serious mistakes over the last few years on this situation in particular. But we foresaw those mistakes. We tried to give some input to this government to avoid the mistakes, mitigate the mistakes. Way back when this bill was first introduced, we tried to amend it and include a timeline in the bill that would have laid out certain hurdles of things that have to happen by a certain date to make this bill effective, to get to that joyous point where Boat Harbour could be cleaned up. But that was kind of laughed out. This government didn't have the foresight to understand that a plan was necessary. There had to be a plan. And instead, they passed a bill. They buried their head in the sand for 4 years, 4+ years, and now here we are. So the forestry industry is incredibly important to our economy. Our fishing industry is incredibly important to our economy. We need every segment of our economy functioning at a high level. We need them all, Mr. Speaker. And it's very, very poor government in a government that instills conflict and tries to match one segment of our economy against another. Jobs versus jobs. Very, very poor government, and that's exactly what we've seen here. It didn't have to be like that. It didn't have to be like that. If this government would have understood the ramifications of its decisions and had a plan, had a timeline. If this government would have understood the importance of a proper environmental assessment, a Class 1 assessment is not enough. It's not enough. It's perceived by many people, myself included, as falling well short of what would be required. It feels like corners are being cut. And when that happens, anxieties ramp up. And we know that there's a significant amount of anxiety across the province right now over the situation, certainly in the forest industry, but in all industries, really. And we've met, our caucus has met with a number of groups that are concerned about their future, that are concerned about the impact that government policy will have on their future. We've met with the large private non-industrial landowners. We've met with large and small private landowners, loggers, silviculture workers, Forest Products Nova Scotia, sawmill operators. We've met with fishing groups. We've met with many, many groups of concerned Nova Scotians that are wondering, why are we here? Governments need to understand the ramifications of their decisions, and this government decision has put a cloud over the forestry industry, and this government hasn't acted to mitigate those concerns, hasn't acted to say to the industry, we value you, we want a successful, thriving forestry industry in this province. That hasn't happened. That hasn't happened. And I heard the Minister of Business say that some of the brightest minds are working on this situation. Of course, and then he went on to suggest that it was the Premier and the cabinets and the deputies and some other senior people. That's the group of people that brought us here. That's the group of people that brought us here, Mr. Speaker. So if we want to send a message to the forestry industry, we can't say that that same group of people are going to steer us to a vibrant, successful forestry industry. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. And this bill is not meant to be a signal that anyone has given up on anyone. Rather, it's meant to be a signal that this government is ready to start, ready to get serious about making sure that there is there's a market for our products. We have great forests. We grow good trees, and we can make good products with them. But we need a government that understands that and supports that. And we have a government instead who doesn't know where to go. They just don't know what to do. They've steered us into this corner, and now they have no idea where to go. What we're offering them is a helping hand, Mr. Speaker. It's a helping hand. But you need to have courage and vision to understand when you need help. And it's not enough for the Premier to go into the scrum. The Premier said, Steve McNeil, the Premier of Nova Scotia, said in an interview on February 22nd that the bureaucrats are working on Plan B for the forestry industry. And once they have developed a plan, it will be communicated with the industry. Mr. Speaker, you can't actually make that up. That's the way this government sees the world. The bureaucrats will make a plan up, and then they'll go and talk to the people that it will impact. No, it doesn't work. Talk to the people impacted, help them, help you get a plan. That's what this is about. That's what this is about, Mr. Speaker. Let's get the biggest, the brightest minds in the industry talking about markets for the products for this industry. Let's get them involved. We've seen this same approach, this backwards approach, this government takes with teachers, takes with healthcare workers, takes with the tourism industry. They know best, but they don't talk to the people on the ground. That's why we've introduced this bill. This bill, the Forestry Industry Sustainability Act, is to have the opportunity, to give this government the opportunity to admit their mistakes, to admit that they've failed for 4 years on this file, and say, now we're ready to listen. That's the opportunity that's before this government. The question remains, are they ready to listen? That's the question, Mr. Speaker. Government has failed. And it's time to take the action to get the input from those who know best. And we've given the government the flexibility around that task force. But I personally think that that task force would have people from various industries, fishers, First Nations, foresters. We've given the government the opportunity to take the flexibility and send a message that they want the right people involved in the discussion about making sure that we have a vibrant forestry industry. But we need a path forward. And there's no doubt the deadline exists, Mr. Speaker, and I've been very clear that I wouldn't extend that deadline. Based on what I know today, I wouldn't extend that deadline. I've been very clear on that. I've been very clear that a Class 1 assessment is not enough. This government settling on a Class 1 assessment has undermined the whole entire process. It's caused a lot of harm to the process because they've sent a message that they're not ready to do their job. It's the job of government to properly scrutinize projects that come before it. They're not ready to do the job. And that has caused a lot of problems in this situation. Governments should understand the ramifications of their decisions. And by not understanding the ramifications of their decisions, this government has failed us, has failed foresters, has failed almost 11,000 Nova Scotians. But it's not too late. It's not too late. That's what we're offering here today. Now, I know that this government and the Premier in particular, they understand they made a mistake. They want somebody else to take responsibility for it. This is a Premier who would not accept responsibility for the delivering of health care in this province when asked on the floor of this chamber. Wouldn't even take responsibility for health care. He's definitely not going to take responsibility for this mess he's created. He can't put the ball in somebody else's court. This is a majority government right here. They need to do their work. And they need to say to the industry, we support you, we want this industry in this province, and we see a future for this industry. And it's not going to come. That message is not going to come. Due respect, the task force of the Premier and a few cabinet ministers. It's not going to happen. They got us here, Mr. Speaker. They just need to ask for help to get us out. And I hear the Premier say if the Pictou County MLAs want to do something, they can suggest it. We've suggested amendments before. The reality is only the Premier can amend this bill. Only the Premier can do that with the majority government. And I would suggest if the Premier doesn't know what to do, I'll give him a word of advice. Walk down to the Lieutenant Governor's house. And 30 days later, I'll figure out what to do. Now, as it stands, this government, the government says, all we can do is do the right thing. And that is true, Mr. Speaker. And we're happy to be part of the process of doing the right thing. And we've asked this government, if you're serious that you want us to solve it, then share some information with us. We've written to them, say, share the information. You have all the information. Share it with us. Send us the briefing notes. Send us the reports that you have. Send us the economic impact study. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you what we've received back. Mr. Speaker. Nothing. Nothing. Now, unfortunately for Nova Scotians, I believe that's because this government hasn't done any of the work and don't even have any of the information because they didn't understand the ramifications of their decisions, and that's a shame. This bill is the opportunity to get people that are seriously concerned about the future of forestry in this province the opportunity to have a voice in what that may look like. And I won't presuppose what that might look like. I will leave it to the experts who are impacted to have a talk about it. Some of those people that have been running family businesses in the forestry industry for over a century. They know the industry. and they need to have a voice at the table. The Premier has challenged us time and time again for us to put the solution forward. Mr. Speaker, the Premier well knows the rules of this House don't really allow us to do that. What we've done today is confined by the rules. Private members' bill put forward, and the rules say that the private members' bill debate under a private member's bill shall not be for more than 1 hour. Shall not be for more than 1 hour. And on termination of that 1 hour, no question shall be put. No questions. We don't even have the ability, Mr. Speaker, to put something on this floor to a vote. We don't even have, the rules don't even allow us to do that. You can't get any more disingenuous than the position that has been suggested in the media. We can't even do it, Mr. Speaker. But I'll tell you one thing. I feel very strongly that this piece of legislation is the opportunity to start a discussion about what forestry looks like in this province. I feel very strongly about this. Perhaps some of the other members feel strongly about it as well, Mr. Speaker. I would love for the rules to allow me to call a vote, but they don't. Unless perhaps we could have the unanimous consent of the House and we could vote on this bill. We could stand up in our places on a recorded vote, and every member can stand up and say whether they're happy with what the future of forestry looks like in this province, whether they're happy with where their cabinet and premier is leading the future of forestry, whether they're happy to play a part in ramping up the anxiety of Nova Scotians from one end of this province to the other. I would love for the members in this chamber to stand up and say in their place and have that vote. I would love to see that happen, because I'm not happy about the anxiety that's been caused to people in this industry and in the fishing industry by failing to do their job and not asking for a proper level assessment. Truckers, people working in the woods, just Nova Scotians that want to get up and go to work. So if I could have the unanimous consent of the House, Mr. Speaker, maybe we could have a vote. I hear the members opposite very quickly say there will be no unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, because they don't have the courage to support the position that their government is taking. With those few words, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it agreed? It's not agreed. The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand up and speak to this bill that's been tabled by the members of the opposition. I do first want to recognize the fact that I'm very proud of being part of a government that has taken the historic action to right a long-term injustice in this province and cleaning up Bow Harbour, a situation that was created by a Conservative government, that was protected by a Conservative government, and then has existed till this day because of the Conservatives on that side of the House and their predecessors, Mr. Speaker. And nothing was done by the NDP to address this either. So I'm very, very proud of the fact that this government has taken the action to right this historic environmental injustice in this province. It's been a long time coming. Mr. Speaker, the bill that's been presented by the members of the opposition do not provide any solutions to the current situation. The only solution that the industry is looking for is a prolongment of the deadline, which the leader opposite said he doesn't support anyway. So the fact that all parties in this House are in agreement on that, and Mr. Speaker, this is coming directly from the industry. So let's talk about this task force. This bill is redundant. People have been looking at this question of transitioning the forest sector for a long time. The challenge is that there's not alternative markets for chips that are of the same value. It's no secret. The industry knows this. Government has been working on alternatives with the industry since my time in natural resources, and that was 6 long years ago, Mr. Speaker. This bill provides nothing. This party opposite has provided no solutions to this. In fact, the leader of the opposition stated a few minutes ago in this House that the real solution to tackling this is to call a snap election and to make him premier. What arrogance, Mr. Speaker. What arrogance. The fact that the member can stand up and say, I really don't have any solutions here, but so long as Nova Scotians give me the power to be premier, you will be guaranteed I'll come up with some then. What a ridiculous statement to make in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. And let's talk about the messages that's being sent to the industry. Talk to the sawmills. You ask them if this piece of legislation is going to be helpful. Their answer will be unequivocally no. This sends the wrong message to them that we are losing northern pulp. That impacts lending, investment, and impacts the flow of money in that sector. And, Mr. Speaker, it's the same thing we've seen with this party's attack on the ferry service in Yarmouth. It has impacted investment. It has impacted lending. And, Mr. Speaker, don't take my word for it. I will table all the quotes from the tourism operators, the Chamber of Commerce, the developers and investors who have taken money out of Yarmouth because of that. And I think the one quote that can encapsulate all this is, the continued attacks on the service are resulting in loss of investment in our region. This is from the Chamber of Commerce. This only serves to raise more concern about what other investment has been lost as a result of the attacks. We know that this service is an essential part of our region's infrastructure and supports the tourism ministry of the entire province. We implore the opposition parties to stop using this critical investment as a political game, Mr. Speaker. I urge them to listen.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's a shame the government won't support the bill, but we'll move to another bill. We'll call Bill number 88, an act to amend the Auditor General Act.
We'll now call Bill number 88, an act to amend the Auditor General Act. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for allowing me to stand in my place today to speak on a piece of legislation propelled by the people of Nova Scotia with regards to the lack of basic primary health care that they are not receiving right now in Nova Scotia. Bill 88, an act to amend Chapter 33 of the Acts of 2010, the Auditor General Act, if passed, would benefit all Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, with amending this act to allow the creation of a health care outcomes auditor, I am certain this is a bill all Nova Scotians would support given the new level of crisis we are now facing within our health care system. This bill simply defines health care outcomes auditor. It provides for the appointment of a health care outcomes auditor, and it establishes the duties and powers of the health care outcomes auditor. The function of the potential new health care outcomes auditor is to independently attest to the performance of the IWK Healthcare Centre and the Provincial Health Authority in delivering quality health care to all people in Nova Scotia. The creation of this auditor position would be for the enrichment of healthy living in Nova Scotia for all. This position would allow audits or investigations to be conducted in ensuring standards of care, outcomes, and governance with respect to the IWK Healthcare Centre and the Provincial Health Authority, and that they are met. Mr. Speaker, this province has a budget of almost $11 billion, with nearly half of that amount being dedicated to health care. Yet we continue to hear stories daily how the Liberal government has failed in providing every Nova Scotian with a doctor. We continue to receive calls from people begging us to find a spot for their loved one in long-term care facilities. Daily, I am hearing from paramedics and frontline workers across this province who are feeling defeated, and they are angry at this government, who they say are not listening to their concerns, but more importantly, to their solutions and their ideas in fixing a broken health care system. Mr. Speaker, we know better, and we know better that the frontline healthcare workers have these solutions and ideas, and they just want to be heard. They are imploring this Liberal government to listen to them. Nova Scotians are crying out for help, asking this government to address their concerns regarding access and, more often, non-access to primary health care. Mr. Speaker, this Bill 88, the Auditor General's Act, In 2017 and 18, the Auditor General's Office had completed 19 chapters on the finances of the province. 3 of those have been on what can be considered a healthcare outcome. That's less than 16% of the Auditor General's work, 45% of the budget, less than 16% of the chapters. By placing a healthcare outcome auditor in the Auditor General's Office, we have the opportunity for someone or a group within that office to develop expertise in the area. And at the end of the day, you can only improve what you measure. We all know that. We need the data and we need the information to do better. Clear, reliable data must come from an independent source, or else it will always be subject to doubt. We all know we can do better. And one piece of this legislation that resonates well with myself, my colleagues, and more importantly, Nova Scotians, is that the Healthcare Outcomes Auditor can survey patients of the IWK Health Centre and the Provincial Health Authority to get to the grassroots of a system that is not working in so many areas. And yes, we must admit, there are areas in the healthcare system that are working efficiently and effectively. But we need to focus on the areas which require improvement. We need to dive in deep and identify the root causes of a failing healthcare system in order to help build it back up to the point where it can once again be efficient and effective for all Nova Scotians. A healthcare outcomes auditor can also make recommendations respecting standards of care, outcomes, and governance. They shall also make the results of any audits and investigations public immediately. And every March 31st of each year, an annual report summarizing any of these audits and investigations would be reported to the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about accountability and measuring the outcomes of healthcare in Nova Scotia. This position would be one of great responsibility. The Auditor General, the Governor and Council would appoint a healthcare outcomes auditor. This individual would be qualified as a licensed public accountant. It would be a position of great authority and control, but of course of leadership and duty in performing audits and investigations to ensure Nova Scotians are receiving the quality care that they so deserve. Everything we talk about in this chamber can be better understood if we have a clear outcome and a good sense as to how this province is measuring up against those outcomes that we look at from a distance, such as doctor wait lists, ambulance coverage, ER wait times, mental health access, long-term care beds, ambulances that are lined up at hospitals as I speak. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just stats and national standards. It's understanding whether a dollar spent is improving those stats or getting us closer to those standards. When the province is making an investment in health care, is that money getting us the closest it can to the care that Nova Scotians expect, or is it moving the needle? Or is it not moving the needle, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, when you know better, you do better. If it means something to you, you will find a way, and if it doesn't, you will find an excuse. If we continue to maintain the approach of the past, you will no doubt encounter more challenges than those who embrace innovation or those who seek solutions and take risks. That's the new modern government Nova Scotians are looking for, and this bill represents that. Let's not stand in this chamber today and find more excuses not to try and solve the healthcare crisis we all are witnessing in our beautiful province. Let's take action and show Nova Scotians by passing this piece of legislation we are collectively working together to show Nova Scotians they matter, their well-being matters. This bill proves we are solution-focused. In going forward with this bill, it proves that we are taking a humanitarian position together and not a partisan political position. Mr. Speaker, daily I'm receiving calls, messages, texts from frontline workers. Normally it was starting out with nurses, then it went to paramedics, and in the last month, every single day, I'm hearing from doctors. They are deeply, deeply frustrated, they are deeply concerned, and they are burnt out, and they need help. They just need us to listen. And I do listen, and I return everyone's call. But I don't have the resources, the information that the Minister of Health has. And I understand the great responsibility and the weight that is on the Minister's shoulders. And I think about him every single day. And I can't imagine having that kind of weight. I really, really can't, and I truly appreciate it. But we have to do better. And no one is expecting this minister to have all the answers, to have all the solutions, or to be able to do it himself. No one can do that. Last week, there was an order in council for $8.1 million to the NSHA for master planning. I'd like to hear from someone knowledgeable and independent whether that money is best spent on a master planning. Maybe it is, or maybe it could achieve more if spent on direct patient care, if spent right with the frontline workers. $2.1 billion on the QE2 redevelopment. It raises a big red flag for so many Nova Scotians. $2.1 billion on a redevelopment. We have to ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, is this the right way to spend that money? Is it the right amount to spend on that project? How would we know? We're not allowed to see the report from Deloitte on that. Again, information that this side of the government is able to read, but we're not able to read, or Nova Scotians. It's their money. Why are we not being transparent? Why are we not allowing that report to be disclosed? What is there to hide? Government benefits from the opportunity to be able to have so much more information than the rest of us. They know more than citizens have the time or capacity to even learn. An independent health outcomes auditor can help to close that information gap. I would ask that all consideration be given to this bill. Again, I believe that it is through the spirit of communication, through the spirit of working together, that we can see better outcomes, that we can work collectively together in formulating new ideas and solutions to the many issues that we're seeing right from Yarmouth to Neils Harbour in Cape Breton. I was called by a paramedic the other day who was quite distraught. And I couldn't take the call right away. I promised them I would call them back, and I did, and it was a few hours later. And they were still pretty upset. They were upset because they were in a lineup to offload the patient that they were transporting to the hospital. And at the same time, while they're in the lineup for hours and hours, and they have no lunch, and they're now in overtime, and they're still willing to continue working because they care so deeply, but they are saddened and they are frustrated, and they almost feel, as they put it to me, guilty. guilty that they knew there were other calls coming in that they couldn't get to because they had to stay in that lineup and stay with that patient. And sometimes those patients definitely need to get to emerge, but they're not as serious, Mr. Speaker, as perhaps maybe an accident that just occurred down the road, a life-threatening situation. I would ask that we all take a moment to think how that would feel if you were a paramedic and you couldn't get to help those people. I know myself, and I know everyone else in this chamber, would feel pretty helpless, especially knowing that there is a solution. We know that we need to start discussing and finding out if we need more long-term care beds, because we know that a lot of these situations around offload troubles originate from the fact that we have a lack of doctors, that we more than likely have a lack of not enough long-term care beds. I'm certainly not an expert and I don't know all the numbers, and as I said earlier, I don't have the information that this government has. I just believe, though, that it's everyone's tax dollars and everyone should have the right to know where that money is being spent. And what better way than to know where your money's being spent than approving and putting this bill forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member from Pictou West. I believe this is a private member's bill that she submitted. I think last week I spoke to another private bill she had submitted. This is bill number 88, Mr. Speaker. It's called the Auditor General's Act amended, and it asks for a health, an auditor for health outcomes. And that's an interesting concept, and took me a little bit to get around it, my head around it. I was obviously thinking, you know, when I think audits, I think financial audits, so I was reflecting a lot in my head about the most recent IWK audit that was out in December, and but this, although governance plays a part in this, what this ask is for, it's more about health outcomes in our two health authorities, the IWK and the Nova Scotia Health Authority. And what this bill is asking for, because I'm sure most of my colleagues may not be familiar with it, it is to have the Auditor General make a recommendation to the Executive Council who should appoint a health outcome auditor whose job and purpose is solely focused on health care outcomes here in Nova Scotia. And the salary of that person would be determined by the Auditor General, keeping in guidelines with the salary scales that various deputy ministers would receive. They would also be entitled to the same benefits and privileges that any civil servant would receive here in Nova Scotia. And the Auditor General would also have authority with this person as far as if this person was no longer able to do their work for some reason, illness or maybe a job replacement or something, the Auditor General could appoint an acting healthcare auditor or delegate powers to one of the staff people already employed in the Auditor General's office. The money for this, it's first like where would this come from? But it's clear it's to come from the legislature. So that would, I'm assuming, be built in the budget of the legislature or supply. Oh, well, I don't know. proposed amendment really wants to focus on the health outcomes of the IWK and the Nova Scotia Health Authority independently. And we have a process here in Nova Scotia already. It's an accreditation with Accreditation Canada. And the two main duties of this accreditation program is to independently review and attest to the performance of both the IWK and the Nova Scotia Health Authority in how they deliver services and high quality services and health care to the people of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, and also oversee the standards and the governance with respect to both the IWK and the Nova Scotia Health Authority. And this is a rigorous process, Mr. Speaker. The IWK and the Nova Scotia Health Authority are audited every 4 years through Accreditation Canada. They are independent, they are a non-profit organization, and they are responsible for assessing and improving the quality of health care services in all health authorities that they oversee. And Accreditation Canada's health standards and care organizations give a third-party assessment. So they are sort of like the Auditor General, an arm's-length organization, and they get a lot of their insights and focus from global health authorities from all over the world. So they're looking at the best practices from all over the world, not just here in Nova Scotia and Canada, but other countries that do high quality health care. So NASHA has already done a survey, and they've done the accreditation process in October of 2017. And they were very thorough when they went into the health authority. They surveyed staff, they overlooked the governance, they were meticulous in all their oversight. On November 23rd of 2017, they presented their survey report and a decision letter which gave accreditation to the Nova Scotia Health Authority. It had also requirements that the health authority, that everything wasn't perfect, and they noted that, but there were some areas where they were to have follow-up tasks completed with a timeline of April 1st and also October 2nd, 2018, specifically for different areas. And they met all these requirements, Mr. Speaker, and so they were able to maintain their high level of accreditation. The full report, anyone can find it, access it on the Nova Scotia Health Authority website. It's thorough, and it speaks to the good work that is going on in the Health Authority. I'll speak to the areas of success. They found that the Nova Scotia Health Authority was a diverse, experienced, engaged with their board of directors. They were very good at governance. They were managing resources and balancing budgetary processes. They had a strong leadership team in the Nova Scotia Health Authority. Staff, physicians, and volunteers were very committed to the people they were engaged with, and I think we heard that from the member from Pictou West, how engaged our healthcare workers are. They really care. They love the work they do, and it's evident. You know, they work over their lunch hours. They work past their shift. You know, they're very dedicated. And I myself have two sisters who work in the healthcare system, and I know how long their hours and days can be, but they love their work, they love their patients, and that comes first and foremost with them, is their delivery of their services to their patients. And they had areas of improvement too. Advanced health service planning, strengthening public and community partnerships and engagement, enhanced focus on people, pace, and resiliency. And they needed to reduce the variation across the health authorities. They found there were inconsistencies in how delivery of services took place. and address building and infrastructure challenges. So those were met, and there still were some more that they really needed to follow up with a stronger review of past completions, and those were information transfers to client identifiers, narcotics safety, client flow, falls and prevention strategy, and suicide prevention. And Mr. Speaker, those were thoroughly looked into. They will be continued oversight on those areas by management of the Health Authority. So it is, again, Mr. Speaker, a rigorous and comprehensive. It includes self-assessment, external peer on-site review. Sometimes that can be the most difficult, having peer reviews, because they're the ones that see what you're doing each and every day. And assessment of the work environment, patient safety, culture, and the governance of the organization, as well as the client experience. So they were speaking to patients as well, Mr. Speaker. And an audit of this magnitude, Mr. Speaker, requires specialized understanding and expertise in the standards and outcomes and quality care delivery. The person doing these audits needs to have those qualifications, and this accreditation process does provide that for us. The Canadian Institute for Health Information provides comparable and actionable data and information that are used to accelerate some of these the process for improving our healthcare system, and we rely on that organization, Mr. Speaker, and that too is an arm's length organization. It's an independent third party looking into ways that we can speed up our process for improvements. And this bill also speaks a lot to the outcomes that fall under the Auditor General's reports. And since I've been on public accounts from 2013, Mr. Speaker, there have been 10 audits, health-related audits, done by the Auditor General. The most recent one was the IWK in December of 2018, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say, I have nothing but great respect for the Auditor General and his staff. We know he has 37 full-time staff. They are highly qualified. They are highly certified, Mr. Speaker. They are meticulous professionals. And they are very direct with their recommendations. And, Mr. Speaker, there is always follow-up with the Auditor General's reports. He looks into the departments thoroughly, checks in on them, makes sure that they're following up on their recommendations, Mr. Speaker, and he will pick up if it isn't picked up by management, and that is for sure. So I really feel confident in the work of the Auditor General. Our last budget had increased his budget so that he could hire more staff. It went from being, we added $368,000 to already his $3,800,000 for his department to do their oversight on departments. And Mr. Speaker, besides having this rigorous accreditation, and also the Auditor General's oversight, the two organizations themselves, the IWK and the Nova Scotia Health Authority, are doing their own internal oversight. They do monthly financial reporting, annual business planning, they do audited financial statements, and they go over reports that are looked at intensely by the executive leadership teams before they go to the board, and then the board discerns them. And also the Department of Health and Wellness and this government looks after reading and discerning the reports of the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the IWK on a monthly basis. and they check into what their forecast is and are they meeting the goals of the forecast. They have an annual budget and business planning process, both organizations. They have annual and quarterly accountability reporting. They have financial reporting and annual budget approved with the Department of Health and Wellness, and everything has to be submitted to the Treasury Board for approval, Mr. Speaker. And the annual financial statements, of course, everything comes here. We have supply, and I think health, because I sit on supply as a chair, I know we sit and discern at least 3 days. We get Department of Health. Sometimes it's even gone longer. So it is thoroughly looked over by members of the opposition. It is their opportunity to really critique the finances of our province and ask questions to the minister about the delivery of services in our healthcare system, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say that I think we do have oversight. Can we improve? We can always improve. So and does the minister care? I'm glad that the member from Pictou West really spoke about how challenging the Department of Health is, as all departments are, but it is a huge, it takes over half our budget. We really need to be on top of all things with health. It's a work in progress, and we all have that same goal, is to keep making improvements in our healthcare system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to be thinking about outcomes in healthcare and not just about the convenient ones. This government likes to measure the convenient outcomes, the ones that show improvement. We're happy to see the improvement, Mr. Speaker, but we need to be truthful about where there is still much work to do. Mr. Speaker, my colleague talks about accreditation, and it's funny because when you work in the healthcare system, around accreditation time, everything is so pretty and shiny, and the healthcare workers are always above and beyond, regardless whether it's accreditation or not. But management seems to think that everything needs to be shiny during accreditation, that will make things go a lot better. Sadly, there's still a lot of work to be done, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to mental health care for kids and adults. There's still a lot of work to do when it comes to ensuring that everyone gets emergency care in a timely fashion. We have our work cut out, Mr. Speaker, for us when it comes to long-term care and recruiting more doctors and nurses. Mr. Speaker, I'll reiterate again that 20 physicians in Cape Breton have just recently resigned from their inpatient services. We spoke about a member today, Mr. Speaker, who I've emailed to the Minister of Health, the Premier, the MLA for Sydney Whitney Pier, along with the MLA for Glace Bay, who is dying to be a Cape Breton doctor. Mr. Speaker, and finally, his story is in the Cape Breton Post today, so at least now everybody is aware. Mr. Speaker, we have our work cut out for us when it comes to keeping the doctors that we have, to keeping the staff that we have, Mr. Speaker, because they are worked to death and they are run off their feet, regardless if it's accreditation or not. The government says that they're working on these issues, but we need the government to set goals, Mr. Speaker. We need to know what they're aiming for, to give us the actual specifics about what goals are being set, and we need the government to establish these outcomes. Mr. Speaker, last week we talked about statistics and numbers that are already produced. These reports are produced, Mr. Speaker, every day or every week or every month. The number of people waiting in emergency rooms, the number of patient stays, the number of people leaving without seeing a doctor. This is not costing anything more to this province, to the system, or to the government. This is just providing us with the access to know where the problems are, Mr. Speaker, so we can actually work to bring around some solutions instead of just sitting by and doing nothing. When we talk about outcomes, Mr. Speaker, we're talking so much more than just about wait times, than just about what's going on in our facilities on a day-to-day basis. Mr. Speaker, we need to have systems in place to measure whether the health care we're providing is actually working. Mr. Speaker, because I beg to differ. I say healthcare that we're providing is not working. Madam Speaker, we need to be getting better and staying better, and we need to know, Madam Speaker, how to do that. Wait times only measure access to care. Access is crucial, Madam Speaker, but it's only the first step. In order to get better at what we do in the healthcare system, we need to have thoughtful ways of measuring our success in place from the beginning. When we start new programs or implement new systems, we need to think about how we'll know if this new thing is working or if we should try something else, Madam Speaker. We need to be informed by something other than just the bottom line. Patient outcomes, Madam Speaker, along with everything else, determines whether or not we're doing the right thing and we're improving health care in Nova Scotia. Take nursing homes, for example. While the number of people on the wait list is only one measure of how well our system is performing, the number of bed sores any given facility reports is another. And Madam Speaker, we know that bed sores are being reported at an all-time high. We know, Madam Speaker, that because the rules have changed for admission to long-term care beds, that those numbers may have actually decreased, when, Madam Speaker, that is not actually the truth. While nursing home access across the province have struggled to prevent and treat bed sores, the St. Anne's Centre in Ayrshire hasn't had to deal with a bed sore in years because the facility takes those outcomes seriously. Residents at the St. Anne's Centre are assessed as soon as they arrive. A staff member checks their skin condition, nutrition, mobility, continence, and general well-being, and determines whether or not they need a specific mattress or seat cushion. Madam Speaker, each resident also meets with a dietitian to develop a meal plan, which is customized to their particular nutrition needs to keep them healthy. What a novel idea, Madam Speaker, to actually engage with each and every resident that's coming into our nursing homes, to know exactly what they need and not just assume that 3 minutes of care every day is enough to assess their needs. Compare that to the approach this government has taken to the nursing home wait list, as I've just said. Madam Speaker, they've cut their wait list in time, but I will say that they've changed the criteria. However, hundreds of people, Madam Speaker, are still waiting in hospitals for nursing home beds and receiving home care that doesn't come close to meeting their needs. These people aren't included on the official wait time lists. Madam Speaker, we know that people are now waiting for home care. We know that the government says that they want to age in their place, but Madam Speaker, a lot of times that's not possible. And by the time these seniors actually get to long-term care, their need is much greater, and we are not meeting those needs. This is an approach to outcomes that only cares about the bottom line and not about the quality of the outcome. Madam Speaker, we need to be talking about quality and not quantity. We're talking about people's lives, and how much they should matter more than the bottom line. More, and I will say this again, more than a balanced budget. Madam Speaker, we need to set expectations high for our healthcare system. Our people deserve quality healthcare, and we can provide it because, let me tell you, Madam Speaker, we have the staff that can provide quality healthcare. If we make a plan to get there and take the need to invest in it. Madam Speaker, we can't get there without significant investments and without changing the rules halfway through, because that's what we're doing, Madam Speaker, and healthcare workers are being penalized for that, and they haven't changed their outlook or their level of quality care provided to everybody in healthcare. Another place we could be doing better is measuring the general health of our population. If we measured the health of our population in a more systematic ways, we might be compelled by the data to make real investments in our social systems to improve population health outcomes. Madam Speaker, we know that the social determinants of health play a huge role in people's health. I had the privilege of meeting with a doctor from the Dartmouth General, and the doctor told me that the first thing that they put on a chart when they see a patient is social determinants of health, poverty, and then their diagnosis, whether it be asthma, flu, broken leg. Their first diagnosis, Madam Speaker, is poverty. We all need to realize how important that plays into healthcare in this province. And because we are not investing where we should, we are not spending, and I will say this, I will continue to say this, Madam Speaker, we're not spending our money wisely. We're not spending our money where we need to be spending it. We need to be spending it in healthcare, and we need to be spending it so that people can come out of poverty and actually buy some fruit and vegetables for their children rather than just Big 8 pop and cheesies. Because, Madam Speaker, that's what's happening. You can get pop a heck of a lot cheaper, Madam Speaker, than you can get milk. And when people have $2 and they have to give their child something to drink, they choose the Big 8 pop for 88 cents. And that is a disgrace. And this government, Madam Speaker, should be embarrassed about that. The research is very clear on the fact that poverty and chronic stress have huge negative impacts on our well-being. We can make upstream investments in our health care and see the outcomes. They'll show up in lower rates of type 2 diabetes, in fewer sick days taken, in wounds that heal faster, because people have the adequate nutrition. If we think about caring for people as an investment rather than a cost, then we can measure those health outcomes as well. And Mr. Speaker, I say again, it's about being proactive instead of being reactive. If we invest, as I've said numerous times, Mr. Speaker, it may cost a lot up front, but over time, we will reap the benefits of these investments. Being transparent about outcomes will build public trust. What a novel idea, Mr. Speaker. Being secretive about them undermines that trust, which is exactly what's happening right now, because in order for us to get information, we need to FOIPOP it. Keeping people from finding out what's really going on undermines that trust. Forcing private citizens to pay a fee to find out whether or not our system is meeting its own internal standards undermines trust. Mr. Speaker, imagine you have to pay to find out if this government is actually doing what it says it should be doing. The thing is, people know what's happening on the ground. They know their experience, and I spoke about that in length on Friday. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, people are aware of exactly what's going on. They know that it's going to be a long wait at the emergency department. They know if they call their doctor, they may not be seen for 6 weeks. Mr. Speaker, I had a constituent who was in a car accident, and the earliest she could see her family doctor was 6 weeks. It's a good thing she wasn't severely hurt, Mr. Speaker, because others don't have 6 weeks to wait. They know not to put their loved ones on a wait list for long-term care until that person has passed the point of no return. People, Mr. Speaker, know what's going on. People see what's going on, or not going on in long-term care, I should say. People see that we haven't invested in one new bed in long-term care. People see the 27 admits to the emergency rooms, and they know, Mr. Speaker, that they are there because of the lack of investment in health care. But, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't have to assume that. We should have readily access to this information, and we need somebody to oversee it. This government should be measuring health outcomes so that everyone, Mr. Speaker, can see the true impact on the policies they are having, instead of trying to hide behind information that is not publicly available. You can't fix something if we don't know it's broken, and we should all be working together to ensure that healthcare in Nova Scotia is improving, not declining.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to speak in support of this bill that my colleague has presented, an act to amend Chapter 33 of the Acts of 2010, the Auditor General Act. There's so much, Mr. Speaker, that could be shared, but I thought I would approach this by looking at the 7 health outcome measures that will be dramatically impacted with having a health outcomes auditor. And I'd like to table a document that outlines these 7 areas. And I'll start with mortality. Mortality refers to the population health outcome measure. And here's an example of why we need to be measuring this, Mr. Speaker. and coming up with solutions to fix it. Here in Nova Scotia, the suicide rates in 2000 was 75. In 2016, there was 134. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that these rates are continuing to rise. Measuring health outcomes and mortality is important. Measuring the health outcome of safety of care refers to the measures pertaining to medical mistakes. An example of this in Nova Scotia is the rising increase of bed sores, which refers to skin breakdown. CBC reported 2 days ago, Mr. Speaker, that there was an increase of in 2018, the first quarter results of stage 3 to 4 bed sores in inpatient acute care beds. There were 10 cases in 2018, and in 2019, in the first quarter, there were 26. Almost 3 times the increase. Safety of care is important to measure. The third at one is readmissions following hospitalization. This is heartbreaking. One example, Mr. Speaker, I heard from a mother this morning. Her child has been readmitted after 29 suicide attempts. Clearly, we need to be looking at readmissions and why. The fourth is the patient experience. And I don't think we have to go far, Mr. Speaker, to listen to the people of this province of what their patient experience is in healthcare and their perception of their healthcare system. And just today is a perfect example where an organization presented our Premier and Minister of Health 60 experiences of people that had poor experiences of trying to access mental health care in this province. And the Premier had not yet seen that report after 1 year. The fifth is effectiveness of care. And this refers to the compliance with best practice care guidelines. I'd like to table a document. This, before I table, I'm just going to read from it. This is a document that outlines the clinical guidelines for emergency department physicians if someone presents with suicidal ideation. And that means they're either contemplating suicide or they have already overdosed. And this evaluation tool, based on clinical guidelines for the emergency department physician, asks a series of questions. And if the patient answers yes to any of those patients, the emergency doctor is supposed to refer them to a mental health specialist, which is a psychiatrist. And that does not happen in this province, in this emerge departments, or if it does, it's very rare. So I would like to table that document. So effectiveness of care should be based on best practice guidelines, and the fact that we're pushing for our government to be measuring those outcomes. The sixth is the timeliness of care. Overcrowding, this refers to overcrowding in emergency departments, have been associated with increased mortality, increased length of stay in hospital, and increased cost of admitted patients. Do we have timeliness of care? Here in this province, well, it's not being measured consistently, but a couple of examples that my colleagues have brought to the floor of this legislature is the issue with paramedics. And we know that paramedics, currently right now in this province, our EHS system is not meeting the standards that's being set out. And this is no fault of our paramedics, Mr. Speaker. This is due to many reasons, but it's because of the crisis in our system. And paramedics and ambulances being held up at our emergency departments because they cannot offload. My colleague from Sackville Beaverbank was upset this morning because his citizens are being turned away from the Cobequid Health Centre. Patients that are triaged as a less urgent level are being sent away with no access to care. So timeliness of care is a very important health outcome that we should be measuring. And the seventh is effective use of medical imaging. And the reason that we should be measuring this, Mr. Speaker, is because it contributes to improved patient outcome and more cost-effective health care. Some of the examples around this would be the discrepancy between the length of wait times for medical imaging throughout the province. Sometimes you may have someone in the valley that waits 4 months for a CAT scan, and in another part of the province the wait time is 2 weeks. So we do need to be looking and measuring effective use of medical imaging and seeing if we can find ways to create more efficient uses. I'd also like to identify 3 essentials for successful health outcomes measurements. And the first one is with data transparency. If we do not have data transparency, and if we don't have these health outcome measurements, we can't make improvements. Right now, our bed sore rates in nursing homes are not publicly reported. There is a lack of transparency. And this is something that rings through in many areas that my colleagues and I have identified. And by being more transparent, we can fix the problems. The second essential for health outcomes measurement is integrated care and transitions of care. This refers to providing the right care in the right setting. Last week or the week before, I identified a frustration with healthcare professionals in my area, where nursing home beds are being left vacant for weeks, while people waiting long-term care are lying in hospital beds for weeks and months on end. That is definitely a health outcome where the patient is not receiving the right care in the right setting. We must be measuring these outcomes. And the third essential for successful health outcome measurement is data interoperability. We need to have an integrated data system. And one example that's been discussed recently is some criticisms is around the one person, one record. We've heard from many people, especially those in healthcare, that the process followed, the process used to choose the one person, one record was riddled with conflict of interest by this government. Now, this is too important to mess up. This is a very important component of the healthcare system. There should be a committee of doctors, nurses, and IT specialists together. They should be the ones determining what is the best software and IT for this government to be buying, and making sure that it's not outdated before it's actually even purchased. Measuring health outcomes should focus on quality and improving the care experience for Nova Scotians. We must create an environment of clinical excellence where healthcare flourishes. And may I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the auditing start right at the top and look at the culture of denial. We see it in the Chronicle Herald today by a denial of a Nova Scotia Health Authority leadership executive, totally discrediting the doctors that spoke out about their concerns in the Valley Regional. We see the denial of the culture of denial by the Nova Scotia Health Authority CEO in a letter that she sent out to physicians across this entire province, totally discrediting patients that came forth last week sharing their experience in the mental health care system and the lack of access to care. They put themselves out on the line, Mr. Speaker. They were vulnerable. And what happened? Instead of our CEO showing some empathy, she sent out a letter discrediting them. It was so discouraging. And yesterday we saw it with the Minister of Health telling me that I was, quote, categorically false when I shared that there's a lack of access to acute mental illness care for those in mental illness, Mr. Speaker. I said none or a lack of. You think it's funny. I don't think it's funny. And what I was referring to is that when a patient goes to the emergency department and has suicidal ideation or has taken an overdose, based on clinical guidelines that I tabled here, they should be referred to a psychiatrist. And they're not. In almost all circumstances, they are not being referred to a specialist. Now, I ask you, Mr. Speaker, if you went to the emerge department today with chest pain, and you would be assessed. They would draw blood work. They would hook you up to a cardiac monitor. And if it was deemed that you were having a cardiac event, you would be referred to a specialist, an internal medicine consultant, if you're in the emerge department already. If you go with suicidal ideation, or if you've gone with an overdose, you are not always referred to a specialist. It is not right. And I don't appreciate our Minister of Health mocking me and telling me that I'm categorically false when this is not the experience of people of this province.
That's right. You're right.
So I will reinforce that the culture of denial needs to be assessed and needs to be measured. And it should start today, not when we get a health outcomes auditor, Mr. Speaker. The audit of the governance of this should start with the Minister of Health, should look at the board of directors of both NSHA and the IWK, should be measuring their effectiveness. It should also be looking at the effectiveness of the CEO. Based on the Health Authorities Act, it is this Minister's Health's responsibility to ensure we have an effective board, as well that we have an the board is responsible to ensure we have an effective CEO. I would like to see some performance evaluations done, whether it's through a health outcomes auditor general or whether it's through another forum, but we must call for that, Mr. Speaker. This minister is accountable to the taxpayers of this province, and so are we. The importance of an Auditor General, I'm just going to go over what is the purpose of an Auditor General. The one here in Nova Scotia is an officer of the House of Assembly. He's non-partisan and is an independent of government. The Auditor General's mandate includes issuing opinions on government financial reports and conducting performance and information technology audits on public sector operations. Health outcomes, which we're asking for a health outcomes auditor, as defined by CIHI, Canadian Institute of Health Initiatives, as changes in health resulting from measurements of specific healthcare investments or interventions. Health outcomes can include preventing death after a heart attack through inpatient hospital care. It can include improvements in patients' quality of life following surgery for a specific health issue. An example would be improved eyesight following cardiac surgery. So I would like to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, I believe we need a change in the culture of leadership. Culture begins at the top managerial level and infiltrates every process, including managing employees and treating patients. I support this bill calling for a Health Outcomes Auditor General, and thank you for this opportunity to speak, Mr. Speaker.
Before we move forward, I just want to remind the member from Cumberland North and all members of this chamber to not accuse other members of negative or personal actions. In this case, it was mocking. Thank you. Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take the last few minutes that we have left on this important topic just to say that whether it's a health outcomes auditor, whether it's some other form of accountability, I believe that what we're talking about right now is the fact that we need answers to what's going on in our healthcare system. I stood up this morning and I asked about the Dartmouth General. The Dartmouth General, a hospital that serves 130,000 people. There are 5 or 6 MLAs or more, depending on closures, who are sending their constituents to the Dartmouth General, and the Dartmouth General is maxed out. It's stressed. The ERs are overloaded. The operating theatres are full. The family lounges are full of patients. It's been 6 years. Not only do all Nova Scotians not have a family doctor, we have a huge primary care issue. It's growing, Mr. Speaker. It's not getting any better. And In the meantime, the health committee that's been established, we don't have the ability as the opposition, the people who are sent here to ask questions of the government, to set the agenda. The Public Accounts Committee has been scaled back by at least half. What we want, Mr. Speaker, those of us I believe on this side of the House, and I can be in concert with my colleagues on this one point, are some answers. We want the ability to understand healthcare is a huge, thorny, expensive, complex system. I don't think there are any of us who think differently. But I think I believe that all of us want to get to the bottom of it. We want to understand what's going on, and we want to be able to solve it for our constituents. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that the spirit of this bill and the spirit of much of what we've been asking for and pointing to is just that we'd like the ability to ask some questions and get some answers. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Beautiful Chester St. Margaret's. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, thank you for this, and I'd like to thank my colleagues for the thoughtful comments that have been brought here today. Successive governments of all parties have under-delivered on the advancement of healthcare system in the province, and Mr. Speaker, I think the opposition members opposite have noted several of these today. Some of the shortcomings that have not advanced things, but unfortunately, when the opposition comes to healthcare, they never apply critical thinking. They're just critical, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. Recognize the House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that concludes our opposition business for the day. I'd like to turn the floor back over to the Government House Leader.
I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague opposite. After a day of tremendous debate, that concludes government business and House business for the day. I move that the House now rise to sit again tomorrow, Thursday, March 14th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Following the daily routine in QP, we will move to business, including Committee of the Whole House on Bills, to consider Bills 84, 90, 91, 92, 95, 97, 99, and 101. And also, with time permitting, Mr. Speaker, we'll move to second reading on Bills 106, 109, and 112.
The motion is the House rise to meet again on March 14th between the hours of 1 and 6. Would those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned. We now reach the moment of interruption. The adjournment notice was submitted by the member for Dartmouth South and reads as follows. Be it resolved that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change makes clear that urgent action to mitigate the worst impacts of global warming are possible and necessary, and such actions can create thousands of well-paid jobs and community prosperity. And after 6 years in power, the Liberal government still has no plan to transition Nova Scotia to a prosperous, clean economy. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this won't be the first time that I've risen in this House to refer to an international instrument. We've talked about the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled Persons, as well as a number of other international instruments, mostly by the UN, that govern some very fundamental ways that we order our society. When I have raised them on this floor, Mr. Speaker, in every case it's been because I have been of the opinion that we are not, in fact, living up to them, and this is no exception. However, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue in particular that requires international cooperation, that requires everyone to play its part. I'm hopeful that most members of this House will have noticed that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change tabled a report this year that was chilling. It makes clear that urgent actions on climate change are possible and that they are necessary. And aside from all of the terrifying information imparted by that report, and which the members ought to be familiar with, the byproduct of that conversation was a conversation around the fact that, in fact, if we do take the necessary and dramatic actions to mitigate some of the worst effects of climate change, because we will not be able to mitigate it entirely, that we in fact could create prosperity. We could create community prosperity, and we could create thousands of well-paying jobs, something that this government talks about regularly. But after 6 years in power, it's our opinion that this government still has no plan, in fact, to transition to a clean economy with the boldness required. What I see in my role as finance critic and business critic is a Liberal Party and a government that is stuck in the mindset of jobs versus the environment. This is the dialogue that we have, but in fact that's not true, Mr. Speaker. We need good jobs, and we need to ensure that our children have a world to grow up in. The government talks a good game, but in fact our job growth for the past 6 years has been sluggish. It's lagged behind the rest of the country. 30 to 40,000 Nova Scotians are out of work every year. There are 9,000 fewer people working than when this government took office, Mr. Speaker. And while median incomes across the country have been growing, ours have been stagnant. Mr. Speaker, that's not the way to grow a healthy economy that works for everyone. It's clear that the government has not been living up to its promises in this regard, notwithstanding paying any attention to the climate file. And so as the world economy shifts green, as many Nova Scotians who rely on jobs that are fossil fuel intensive, as we've been discussing today, are worried about their future. Are they going to fall through the cracks? Will their families suffer? What's the plan B? What's the mitigation plan, Mr. Speaker? This isn't new. Since 2012, jobs in oil and gas in Canada have been collapsing. And in fact, oil and gas is now and has been for many years, the ones who are speaking a great amount of truth on this topic. The CEO of BP said in 2018, don't be fooled by the recent firming in oil prices. The rapid growth of renewables is leading to a challenging marketplace. The 2009 outlook from that same company predicts oil demand will remain flat, production will plateau. We need an economic strategy, Mr. Speaker, that ensures that Nova Scotian workers are not left behind. There is a potential for job creation, huge potential for job creation by investing in climate action and taking bold action. It's a necessity, not just an opportunity. $500 billion, Mr. Speaker, is invested in renewables and energy efficiency every year around the world. In the U.S., investment in renewables over the next decades is going to triple the investment in fossil fuels. To quote again from the BP Energy Outlook, hardly an environmental activist organization, they predict the pace at which renewable energy penetrates the global energy system will be faster than any fuel in history. Where are we on this, Mr. Speaker? Every dollar government invests in energy efficiency for homes and offices not only reduces people's heating bills, reduces business costs, reduces greenhouse gases, it also adds $7 to the gross domestic product. Every $1 creates 7, and that's an opportunity. The Green Economy Network has calculated that over 30,000 jobs can be created in 5 years through a major investment in renewable energy efficiency and clean public efficiency and clean public transit. That, Mr. Speaker, is job creation. We don't need to reinvent the wheel to accomplish these goals. We need to significantly support existing models like Efficiency Nova Scotia, renewable energy projects, public transportation projects, and so many initiatives that many organizations and municipalities and First Nations communities and others are already leading the way on. A simple increase in investment can have huge returns. It won't just create jobs in engineering and construction, it can create jobs in agriculture, forestry, fishery, and manufacturing. Nova Scotia has a long tradition of sustainable industry, including in the fisheries, forestry, and agriculture. Creating a clean economy means building on those traditions and shifting some of our focus back to the local economy, to import replacement. Nova Scotians are ready to build and innovate on our traditions. We know that without action, global warming will drive up the price of food, for instance. We can strengthen our local food supply. Nova Scotia could create 15,000 jobs, according to the Centre for Local Prosperity, and generate $8.8 million in new wages by importing 10% less and producing and consuming more locally. This is achievable. A green economy is about growing the sectors that are already clean as well and making sure that they create jobs that are reliable and pay well. We can also innovate in new green industries. I had the great fortune of meeting with Myrna Gillis at Aqualitis recently at the old Bowater site. Here's a green industry. They have a closed-loop system for growing a new product. They are employing PhDs, engineers. They're bringing them to rural Nova Scotia. They're rehabbing a former heavy industrial site. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? They're not eligible for payroll rebates. They're not eligible for loans or bridge financing that many of the people that they're competing against are. I asked this question, Mr. Speaker. I've been asking it for 2 years when we were talking about legalizing cannabis, when we talk about all kinds of other local industries, asking what are our incentives for small local businesses who are doing things in a sensible way. And I'll give you the answer, Mr. Speaker. There's not much. But it's not just new industries. The film industry, creative industries, ecotourism, the service sector, education and childcare. These are all clean sectors that are crucial to our green future, but we treat them as an afterthought, Mr. Speaker. These are not where our economic development dollars go. We need a plan, and we don't have one. It needs to be democratic, and everyone needs a seat at the table. First Nations, our African Nova Scotian communities, both of whom have suffered so much environmental racism. As Professor Kate Irvin told the media yesterday, everyone must be able to participate in choosing Nova Scotia's future. We and the whole world are facing a climate emergency, Mr. Speaker. We're feeling it here in Nova Scotia. We've had frosts and droughts and floods, and every member of this House has experienced that. We can't avoid the most serious impacts, as I said at the beginning. Our children's world will look different than ours, but we can avoid the worst, Mr. Speaker. If we act now, we can choose a different future. We need leadership and investment. We've taken the wrong direction. We're slowing down our emissions reductions. We're choosing weaker emissions targets. We're advocating for deep-sea oil drilling and mineral exploration. We're supporting tire burning and plastic burning. We're not properly consulting our First Nations, including Sebenegedig. We can do better. If we make an ambitious investment in a clean economy right now, we can turn the Nova Scotia story around. We can be a beacon for other provinces, municipalities, and even countries, all of whom will have to make this change, like it or not, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that the Liberal majority will listen to today's debate and finally take seriously that we are in a climate emergency, and that not only does that have meaningful and terrifying prospects for all of us and all of the people that we serve, but it also is an enormous opportunity to take the opportunity to start now and to do things differently. So I invite the government and I invite my colleagues to be bold, to take their heads out of the sand, and to join us in starting to plan for what is an inevitable future. Thank you.
The member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and provide a few comments for the debate. I want to recognize my colleague for bringing it forward from the NDP. It's an important discussion that's been had by successive governments about how we can all play a role as Nova Scotians to support reducing our carbon footprint, and how we can support Nova Scotians from coast to coast, whether it's at home or whether it's through private sector or industry, to support a cleaner energy future. I will disagree with the comment that we need to change direction. Nova Scotia is a leader in reducing our carbon footprint and supporting initiatives for climate change. As we've talked about in the past, we have hit our 2005 targets. We are on pace to be between 45% and 50% reductions by 2030. These are excellent numbers, and these are being driven by Nova Scotians. These are everyday Nova Scotians have taken on the task for a cleaner future, and they're stepping up. We've made significant investments. When you look at the Maritime Link and you look at some of the other projects through successive governments, that's $4 billion in investment by Nova Scotians to support cleaner energy and a cleaner carbon footprint. I look specific, and there's multiple departments that provide different initiatives that support the work of Nova Scotians, and I call it the work of Nova Scotians because it is Nova Scotians that are stepping forward and their government is there to support them along the way. I look specifically to my Department of Energy, and I want to recognize the staff there and the staff in Environment, staff in Municipal Affairs and other departments who every day are doing excellent work supporting municipalities, supporting Nova Scotians as they come forward to seek programs. This year alone, if you look at 2018, you're looking at the expansion of programs. You look at, there's been $50 million invested in efficiency programs across the province. We've taken our programs that traditionally were, if you look at the home programs, for example, you're looking traditionally at programs that were for homes that were heated by electricity. Now those programs are expanded to homes that are heated by oil, that are heated by other methods, and we've seen hundreds of homes participate in those programs. We've seen businesses right across Nova Scotia. If you talk about job numbers, just in the efficiency programs alone, 1,400 jobs have been created, with over 200 businesses that are part of a network now that Energy works with to ensure that those businesses have up-to-date information, that they are accessing the programs that government is offering, and we've seen a major uptake. So we are making the investments necessary to ensure that companies right across Nova Scotia, and I use specifically rural Nova Scotia because these jobs are very significant to them, that they are doing the work. I want to talk a bit about some of the other programs that we do offer. So I've mentioned the home efficiency programs. We've seen hundreds of homes access them. We've seen a huge uptake in solar. So we've seen over 200 homes apply for the solar program. Now we're learning now that 50 additional jobs have been created in the industry because of it. So Nova Scotians are up to the challenge of what we're offering. I know we talk about Mi'kmaq communities. So 2018 at a glance, 2,000 energy efficient upgrades to homes in 13 Mi'kmaq communities across the province. So that's a significant number. We have a very strong relationship with our Mi'kmaq leadership in supporting all of the energy efficiency programs that we offer. To Nova Scotians overall, you're seeing an annual savings of $180 million. So we're seeing Mr. Speaker, we're seeing significant savings from Nova Scotians. We're reducing our heating costs by 35%, our electricity use by 11%. And again, training more than 200 businesses to support these programs in communities across the province. We talk about being world leaders in innovation, and I can tell you as the Minister of Energy to see the exciting work that's happening in our tidal. We have an opportunity ahead of us with the Bay of Fundy that, you know, we have companies that are investing here in Nova Scotia because they see Nova Scotia as potential to be a world leader in tidal innovation. So we're seeing direct jobs out of that. We're seeing suppliers in that area benefiting from investment, whether it's from other levels of government to private companies that are investing millions of dollars there. So we're seeing amazing support there. We're seeing amazing support throughout our municipalities who are applying for our flood reduction programs, that are applying for our capital investment programs to support clean technology within their communities. We're having conversations with them about electrification of their transportation, whether it's transferring from traditional gas to natural gas and other fuel supplies to electrification of transit buses, to electrification of cars across, to make sure that we have the infrastructure necessary across the province to support these technologies, because we know they're coming. We're having these conversations with industry on a daily basis, and we'll be prepared when the time comes. This is very exciting. You look at the Department of Environment and the work that the Minister and her staff are doing around our landfills. Those jobs are exceeding 3,000 and 4,000 across the province to support that important work for environmental sustainability. So I'm very excited about what Nova Scotia is doing, and right across the country and around the globe, people see Nova Scotia as a leader. They see us as a leader in our energy efficiency. They see us as a leader when it comes to title. They see us as a leader when it comes to our electrification of products and services that Nova Scotians use every day. They see us as a leader for our cap and trade program and what that's meant. And we're going to continue to make investments. We are going to continue to diversify as industry comes forward with new and innovative ways to support Nova Scotians. And we're going to continue to make those investments that we have continued to make to support the hundreds of Nova Scotian families that have taken advantage of installs, of solar, of a wide array of energy efficiency products that has significantly reduced our carbon footprint across the province. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very honored to have the opportunity to take a few minutes to talk about what we're doing. I know they've cited their own information, and I appreciate that. What I say to Nova Scotians is really thank you, because really the work that we do as a government is because Nova Scotians fundamentally have said we want to be a leader in reducing our carbon footprint, that the environment is important, and that we support policies as such. That whether they come, regardless of what department they come from, Nova Scotians have continuously stepped up to take a leadership role across this country when it comes to emerging technologies. And I can assure all members of this House that as a government, we're going to continue to make those investments. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words about this, and again, very proud of the work that this government has done. And that's been done with successive governments, as we've always said. This has always been an important conversation for government for a long time. But as our government is going to continue to make those significant investments to ensure that Nova Scotians can access them, and we're going to continue to be a world leader in reducing our carbon footprint. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I stand and I listen to the honourable member from Sydney Whitney Pier and some of the things that is being discussed, and it gets me all riled up. I want to talk about so many other things that he's mentioning, but I want to stay on topic to what's here before us today, because I think that it's very important, and I do commend the NDP party for bringing this forward. It is something that, as a PC caucus, we do support what's coming forward here and the discussion we're having, and I appreciate to have that. Of course, I'm very proud to stand here as a member of the PC caucus. As everybody in this House knows, the party that brought forward the environmental sustainability and goals, EGSPA, back in 2007, and I would recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party this afternoon did bring up some questions to the Premier in regards to the lack of the government to follow through on that, and I do appreciate that that hasn't been updated for a while. Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to talk about somewhat here today, I look at the debate topic that is before us, and I think that there's a couple of things. Most people I've discovered don't really, they comprehend it, they understand that there's something called global warming and that it's something that's affecting us all, but I don't think most normal, everyday Joe citizen really understands the significance of what global warming is and the potential of what's coming. And in our in the topic here, it does touch on the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, and you know, the speaker from Dartmouth South, the member from Dartmouth South, she touched on that, but she didn't really go into detail into exactly what that is. And so for those that aren't aware of what that is, that was actually it's a panel that was struck by the United Nations, as well as the the World Meteorologist Organization back in 1988. And its goal was to actually look at it. It's not to go out there and do studies, it's to evaluate the studies that are done. And currently it's comprised of over 195 separate countries that are all members of that. So it's a pretty significant organization, and when it comes forward with some recommendations or it's saying something, it's well educated, it's backed up by thousands of scientists across this world. And that report that the member from Dartmouth South touched on, which is the global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, that report is been referred to as probably one of the most what did I write down here? Most important reports that have ever been published in regards to the environment. And the reason for that is because it does highlight what impact. 1.5 degrees Celsius doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it is significant, and it would have, you know, that global warming temperature would have a huge impact on the world. So, you know, I think that we just saw on Monday, actually, federally, and getting onto the economics of this debate, we saw Monday that the minister federally, the environmental minister McKenna, there was a study that was just tabled on Monday in regards to how they are going to transition from fossil fuels, i.e. particularly coal, and into a green economy, and what that effect is going to have on those industries. And they've actually come up with a report that was tabled where they said that it would cost over hundreds of millions of dollars to be able to make that transition. But in the report, they do recognize that coal needs to be phased out, fossil fuels need to be phased out. They refer to them as the old system, the era of coal and fossil fuels, and we're moving into this new era. And it's an exciting era to be in, I think. I think there's a lot of opportunities, and you know, certainly the member Dartmouth South listed off numerous of them, so I won't redo that. But you know, I do think that there are a lot of opportunities there. And when we look at what both federally as well as provincially, where we've been in regards with fossil fuels, and you know, the subsidies that have gone into fossil fuels and that infrastructure, if we were to actually stop providing those long-standing subsidies for fossil fuels and actually invest that into green technology and clean alternatives, you know, I think that that's where we as a country, as a province, really need to be going. There are so many opportunities with green technology. The member from Whitney Pier talked in regards to the solar program. I certainly do recognize that the current government has done some stuff towards the environment. The question becomes, have they done enough towards the environment? And I really don't think that you know, a $10,000 solar program, although it is an initiative, it doesn't necessarily, when you're looking at a $35,000 install for a regular home, and then on top of that, of course, the issue really is the batteries and being able to keep that, feeding it back into the system, because we don't have, there's a perfect opportunity actually for green economy, which is to look at batteries, both for electric vehicles as well as residential homes. So I think there's many opportunities there that we can actually look at when we start looking at a green economy. It's been shown by studies across North America, and this is what I actually find quite interesting, is that they've done comparisons between green jobs and regular employment opportunities, and time and again it's showing that a green economy actually offers better paying jobs, more sustainable jobs. It seems to be the way that it's going. In the Canadian National Sector Council, the Environmental Careers Organization have both said that green economy is the way that we need to be looking at going, and those are the jobs that we should be investing our dollars into. I talk some fast sometimes, I think. So I do think that there is merit in looking at investing more money into a green economy, both as the former speaker from the NDP party talked about, even based down right to farming and opportunities like that. One of the things that I know I'm all over. It's a big topic, but one of the things that people seem to miss, and I think that I'm kind of wondering whether or not the NDP party missed this as well, is there's actually a distinction between green jobs and a green economy and a clean economy. And I know that there was a motion that was tabled, a bill that was tabled here yesterday, which refers to green jobs, and then here we are today debating clean economy. There is a distinction between the two of them, but we won't get into that today. I'll just put that out. Thank you. So I did touch on that we do pay higher, that green jobs do pay higher. I think that, where was I? I'm sorry. I guess that's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
I wish to thank all the members who participated in this debate this evening, and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Sleep well.